I'm calling this April 21st, 2025 regular meeting of the Mancos 6 School Board to order. The time is 6 p.m. I would call for a roll call. Chrissy, will you please roll call?
Oh, yes. Emily Hutchinson Brown,
Here.
Craig Benelli.
Here.
Victor Figueroa.
Yeah.
Rachel McWhirter.
Here.
And Tim Hunter.
Tim is excused. He is blessedly on a river trip. Let's see here. So Tim will be excused this evening. Liv, I believe it is your place. Will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Everybody to join us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
Thank you.
Same recording.
Yep. Got it. Got it. Okay. Thank you all for being here tonight. Apparently we needed to book the auditorium. It's gonna get hot. It's gonna get stuffy. If anybody else arrives, please have them step in so that we can all be addressed and heard. I would like to remind everybody that this is a meeting. This is a meeting of the Board of Education in public, not a meeting with the public. During this meeting, there is a time for public participation. Comments will be heard regarding specific agenda items and will require anyone to sign up prior to the start of the meeting. Because we have so many people here, I would ask that we have individuals who can address or raise hands for large groups, should that be possible. Not everybody will sign up. Participation is usually limited to 3 minutes. If the board decides after 3 minutes to continue, that is a board prerogative to continue to hear whatever is being spoken, but I want you to assume you have 3 minutes. And we do time you. If needed, let's see here. Under Colorado Revised Statute 2232-1085, any person who disturbs good order will be asked to leave. When you are called on for commentary, if you are called on, please state your name clearly for the record and exercise your speech rights responsibly. In accordance to policy BEDH, I, as board president, may opt to allow people to sign up for further public participation during the meeting. Meaning if someone walks into the meeting halfway through and wants to address, then I can make that call as to whether or not we will hear that person, which is why I was telling you all to come inside. Okay. As some of the audience was not aware, I have to then allow people at that time. Please note that this is a time for public comment, not public discussion. The board shall listen to all of the commentary and there will be a recognition of such comment by myself. Any discussion among the board is held when and if we reach that agenda item. So we will make time to have that discussion in public. It is a discussion alone. I will ask each board member for their commentary after each agenda item, not after each presentation of commentary. Please know that this board is governed by our B section of policy, which can be found online. We also are governed by Robert's Rules of Order, so we do try to walk a very very similar process that has some fidelity to it, so that we're not all talking over each other. And I will recognize when somebody can attain the floor. All right. So with that being said, do we have a motion for either approval or amending the agenda?
Madam President, I move to remove the executive session from this evening's agenda and reschedule to a May special meeting to include executive session.
You remove the opportunity to go into executive session, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I second that.
Okay, I'm going to provide clarity to everybody who is here in the room. The reason that we are removing the opportunity for executive session is because we have been advised by our attorney that we did not properly notice executive session by referring to statute along with the proper description of all of the issues at hand. Therefore, we will hold executive session at a further date. I'm going to call to vote. Then we will decide when that executive session will be. Heather, call the question.
Ms. Riley.
Aye.
Mr. Figueroa.
Aye.
Ms. Hutchinson Brown.
Aye.
Mr. Porter. Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Now, we, as much as is evidenced by the people in this room, want to make sure that we hear voices that are relevant to what matters are at hand quickly. Keep in mind, we are 5 volunteers, and we all have jobs and families and schedules too, so we're gonna do our best. Does anybody have a suggestion on a date that you would like to hold another board meeting? It will be a board meeting where we will have the opportunity to go into executive session should it be motioned and approved.
We already have scheduled a superintendent search meeting, executive meeting on the 30th. So that's gonna be hours that we have to really take a look at the work that we're doing now. So I suggest that we have it May 1st, right after the next day, right after that meeting.
Okay,
I agree, because I believe that Mr. Hutch will be back by then as well, so then all 5 of us can be there.
he'll be returning on the 27th or 28th, I believe. So are you in agreement with the May 1st date? Works with your schedule, works with your schedule, works with my schedule, works with your schedule? All right,
Okay,
Yeah.
Madam President, may we set a special meeting for May 1st for the opportunity of executive sessions?
yeah, it will be a special meeting on May 1st with the opportunity to go into executive session. That meeting needs to be noticed 24 hours in advance. It will be posted for public notice. There will be quite a description, as I assure you, will be written by our attorney.
And how will we communicate with the folks that will ask to be in that executive session?
Well, technically, we're required to do it 24 hours in advance.
Okay,
Since this is a public meeting, I'm hoping that the relevant information gets to them, but I also can send a reminder and just say, hey, this is where we've gone.
I would like to make a recommendation that we send a reminder to the pertinent people that need to be at the executive session.
My only, note is I want to make sure that should there be others, that they're also advised. So we do just need to make absolutely sure that we're very clear about the May 1st date.
What time do you want to do it?
We'll probably do it at our same normal time as,
After 6 o'clock?
yeah, we can do the 6 o'clock. That's just easier for everybody to get to after work and it doesn't require any special notice. So 6 p.m., May 1st, we don't need to vote on it. We're just having the agreement in public. There's no vote that's needed. Okay, with that amendment, we amended the agenda. The agenda has been approved, therefore we're moving forward. Heather, I need the list for public participation, please. Sign up now.
Did everybody sign up that wanted to sign up?
To speak.
Is there a second list or is it just the one?
If the
They
kids
signed
want
up.
to speak, then they will have 3 minutes to speak. Does anybody else want to speak?
Any students want to speak?
Or a
just put
student
your
on
name
behalf
on
of
it.
students, or you don't have
You
to,
wanna say
Yeah, you
anything?
don't need to, if you want to.
but you don't have to, but you can. This is for everybody here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, going once. Twice. Good job.
If song comes up and I wanna say something.
There you go. Well, you'll have 3 minutes. No, hold on. Let me explain. Let me explain. You will get 3 minutes to speak. It does not mean you get to speak throughout the meeting, okay? Got it.
Can you please do something you wanna say?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Since my side, I don't like not talking and just do it.
Yeah, you don't
Yes.
have to.
Yes,
You can say, I don't.
you can say, I'm good. Absolutely, but your name better be.
Do I have to speak?
We do it together?
No, you do not have to speak.
Oh, I'm scared. I like.
You're good. Yeah, you're good. I just would like to point out, this is actually like project-based learning in motion right now. This is what this district is all about. Or you can turn the paper over to. But please don't do it now, so I don't miss the other side. We can go down here and talk to them. Okay, let's get going. Can, I just see that and then they can keep signing on. Let me just see the first name on the list, please. Okay, so the first person that I'm gonna call to address the board is, Tyler Henry. And then if you guys wanna keep, if anybody else wants to sign, please do.
She's right behind.
Okay, can you actually come around, Tyler? And if you wanna sit in one of the three chairs, which are obviously the three chairs that nobody wants to sit in, you can sit in the three chairs or you can stand, whatever you're comfortable doing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, ladies, are you ready? Okay, you are gonna be timed. You will all get a warning when you have 1 minute left through a big giant yellow sign.
It's actually 30 seconds.
Or 30 seconds, I'm sorry. Plus minute last. And then when your time is up, you'll see a red piece of paper, okay? All right, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Tyler Henry. I'm a junior in high school and I go to Uncas High School, and I would just like to address how much the teachers here have impacted my life, and especially at the school, coming to the school, coming from a big school, coming here, and that even like other teachers that I've known have gone through the struggle as well. I would just like to address how when I see this specific teacher, when I hear about her, I hear that she's very patient, she's very considerate, she touches people's hearts like how other teachers have touched my heart. And when I hear that from students, I could just feel like from younger grades that I hear this from, I can very much hear how much happiness it gives them and how inspiring and empowering that she is, especially to the system of this place. And I think that is very important, especially coming to the school, because it's very important to see those type of teachers here, especially in a kid's life, and having to have that support and being able to have that one person where it's like, oh, they stand out to me in my experience that I've been here. And I'm pretty sure every single student in here has had that type of teacher that inspires them and is like, that teacher, I love her, I love him. Like, they just really stand out to me. And I just really think that it's very rare to find those teachers, especially in a small town, because it's very, I guess you could say like it's like treasure. You can't find that trust and empowerment and inspiration that you get from other teachers, especially when they're like, oh, it's this that drives me here. But when it's the students and it gives you that heart, like you're like, oh, I really love this teacher because I love how they feel like they make me feel like I want to be here. And there's somebody I can trust, somebody who I know can stand up for me. And I know this person will be there in my corner. So I think it's very hard for this district to find teachers like that. But at the same time, it's very common here. And I think I love that so much about this district. And I love how these teachers are very inspiring to these students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Kathy Epps. Yeah, please come forward so that people can see.
I can sit down.
Sure, okay. Thank you. You just have such a crowded space, you'll get lost in the crowd back there.
Thank you.
My name is Kathy Epps. I'm a third grade teacher in Mancos, and Mancos School Board, I'm sharing with you about concerns that are circulating throughout the teaching staff in our district, and I feel it's very important that you are aware. These concerns are being brought to your attention because what has been shared is producing a lack of trust and value in our leadership and school board among the teaching staff. At the beginning of this school year in August, Megan Higginbotham was let known by her administrator that she needed to be aware that the board's eyes are on you. She was told that the board will be looking at the scores of her students to see if growth is being made. This is my 31st year in education and my 21st year in Mancos. I have been in leadership roles for 11 of those years, with 9 of them being principal in Mancos, and I've worked closely with boards of education. During my time in leadership, I've had the experience of school board members not looking at individual teachers and their scores, that the superintendent is their only employee, and the board supports the means of success being achieved in all students, PK through 12, and not specific grade levels or specific teachers. I have never been with the understanding that school board members are ones that evaluate teachers, make suggestions of non-renewal, and look at data of individual teachers. I understand that the board looks at data of specific schools, but not specific teachers. Staff are also aware of an occurrence of a secondary teacher being asked to change a grade of a student due to a board member's request. This teacher refused and found the grade had been changed by a staff member in a leadership position. The board has shared that they would like to observe in classrooms to show support and see the wonderful teaching taking place. With the events that have transpired this year, teachers do not trust or believe this is true. There is a feeling of if a board member is in a building or classroom, they are not looking for ways to support, but ways to find something wrong to have teachers removed from the Mancos School District. This is very disappointing to see the Mancos School District operating with leaders demonstrating such deception and dishonesty. We're in the business of educating students, which is an incredibly important job and requires a lot of time and resources to accomplish effective results in individual classrooms on a daily basis. Teachers do not solely teach academics, but lessons which integrate integrity and ethics. If we have leaders that aren't demonstrating integrity and ethics, then these people should respectfully resign or move to a position out of the lines of leadership, as these are values needing to be demonstrated, not contradicted. This has been shared with you because I believe that it is essential the board is aware of what is being discussed among staff and community members, so the board is able to converse on these concerns with knowledge. Thank you for listening and taking time to evaluate and address the concerns that I've shared with you.
For David McNeil.
So this is a letter I wrote about Megan, all on my own. I decided to write this myself. So, dear Mancos School Board, my name is David McNeil, and I'm a 7th grade student at Mancos Middle School. I'm writing to express my deep appreciation for my English teacher, Megan, and to advocate for the opportunity to have her as my English teacher again next year. Megan has had a significant impact on my learning and personal growth. This year, she has helped me strengthen my vocabulary, improve my writing skills, and gain confidence in my abilities. I've genuinely looked forward to her class every day, and I was excited at the thought of having her as my teacher again. Beyond academics, Megan is incredibly supportive and caring. She creates a safe, welcoming environment where students feel comfortable sharing their thoughts and being themselves. She encourages and celebrates all student interests, whether in sports, art, music, or other areas, which makes a big difference in how we feel at school. I also wish to acknowledge Mrs. Dolly's contributions to our school community. She's a valued educator and colleague. However, I believe that retaining Megan in her current role would provide continuity for students like myself without displacing other teachers. I respectfully ask the board to consider this solution when finalizing next year's assignments. I believe I've grown not only as a student, but also as a person because of Megan's guidance. I hope I can continue learning from her next year. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, David.
Oh. By the way, I'm calling people in the order in which they were signed up.
Thank you. My name is Parisha Small and I've been in this district for 14 years. The one word that has echoed most from my colleagues is family. This is family. But what does that truly mean? To me, family means standing up for one another. It means fighting for what's right, especially when the path forward isn't easy. But lately, I found myself questioning whether that word family still holds meaning here. Because family doesn't give up on its own. Family doesn't treat people as numbers on a spreadsheet, trimming them to balance a budget before exhausting every other avenue. Family doesn't accept termination as a first option. It should be the last. Family looks at the whole picture. And are we truly looking everywhere for solutions or just where it's the easiest? You can't take a foundational piece away and not expect the structure to crack. Those making these decisions don't seem to fully understand the ripple effect. To them, perhaps we're all interchangeable, pawns, replaceable, but real value isn't always measured in dollars. It's measured in the moments we show up. It's measured in the way we can't be replaced. Jason is not a number. He's a safeguard, a protector, a quiet hero behind the scenes that keeps things running, quite literally. And if you think he can simply be swapped out, then maybe you shouldn't be making decisions about which jobs matter the most. I don't work here for the money. Teaching is my first passion. I'm blessed to do what I love and still see my child throughout the day. That kind of joy and flexibility, you can never put a price on it. Jason feels the same way. He gets to see his kids daily. He wasn't able to do that with his last job. Be present, being filled to the brim by these students, whether you see them on the bus, in the cafeteria, or in the classroom, that is priceless. Because we choose to work here. But lately, this doesn't feel like family we once knew. It feels like we've lost sight of who we are. And in the process, we risk losing the very people who made this district what it is. When you trade people for numbers, you don't just lose workers, you lose heart. I never imagined I'd question my place here. But when a district starts making decisions like this for the sake of money, it's not just disappointing, it's disheartening, it's dehumanizing. Family means standing up, standing together, and standing for what's right. Thank you for your time and listening.
It's Jessica McIntyre.
Hi, I'm Jessica McIntyre. I am in my second year teaching. This is a second, maybe third career for me. And I have 3 students in Mancos. I am here with concerns that I did write you about. So I'm here as a parent and a teacher, but more as a parent today. I'm concerned with the educational welfare of the students attending our public school and that it's at risk. And my initial concern started with some staff members that were not being renewed, and then it's grown from there. So I am uncomfortably ambivalent with what's happening. I'm also ending the end of my second year here, and I right now probably won't be here next year due to funding, which is not about why I'm here. But I'm concerned about the choice not to renew 2 staff members based on performance without giving the staff the opportunity to understand the performance needs, including clearly documented goals, official observations, performance feedback, and performance improvement planning. I understand that there is a probationary period, and this might be legal, but it feels disrespectful and damaging to staff and student morale and well-being. This type of management of teacher staff will deteriorate the educational welfare of the students attending Mancos. I know I'm still discovering my own ambitions in the school as I explore the education landscape coming from a corporate world. I have thought about teaching in secondary and math and science in the future. I can say right now I would not apply into our secondary school district based on my observations and insight into the secondary teacher experience. Second, it has come to my attention that a teacher was informed that the Mancos Board of Education was watching them under a microscope. Quote, air quote. This is concerning for multiple reasons. I actually don't believe this to be true. That's my hope. My understanding is that the Board of Education does not manage teacher performance, nor make teaching staff hiring and non-renewable decisions aside from approving administration decisions. So I have the question, is teacher performance something that the Mancos Board of Education manages? And if the Board of Education does not monitor and manage teacher performance, the supervisor making this comment to a teacher is dishonest, feels uncomfortably like intimidation, and is potentially unethical. Further, I have a greater fear for this type of behavior and language could be used and impact our students. This third part is hard to say, but I feel a moral obligation to inform you that it has come to my attention the grades were potentially and inappropriately changed. This is very concerning. I am reaching out to you both to inform you, and if you're not already aware, it sounds like you may be, and ask if you can please look into the situation for the educational welfare of our students, the welfare of our staff, and the reputation of our school district.
You need to, please.
Thank you so much for this.
Thank you. Ms. Teresa Oaks.
Hi, I'm Lisa Oaks. I am here as a concerned parent and business owner. And I'll get to the business owner part in a second. But I would like to tell you guys that before the board makes any rash or emotional decisions about hiring and firing of any of the staff that we're talking about here tonight, they need to look at the whole picture to see how it affects the entire student body that is here, as well as some other concerned people. Sometimes moving teachers around is not always the thing that makes most sense for all these students that are involved. I'm gonna jump straight into the bus barn thing. I've heard about changes that are in the bus barn. For one person to be able to do it all is a big ask. Safety for staff should also be a deciding factor if any change is needed in this staff. I know personally, because I'm a business owner in Cortez, I own Superior Auto Supply, which is an auto parts store. We supply all the auto parts for all the vehicles, farm equipment. I know for a fact that mechanicking has changed from what we all think it has been in the last 20 years. People are needed. There's more than one person needed and required to accomplish a job that needs to be done. There are a lot of local businesses that have always been just a one-man mechanic shop that are no longer doing that because the intricacy of mechanicking on these newer vehicles is a lot. So the one-person man shop is no longer. They are now two-man shop. I know that for a fact because again, I'm in this business. I know that. I think that finding a good bus drivers is very hard. More importantly, finding a good mechanic that can do mechanicking, bus driving, and that cares for students and cares for the safety of his coworkers is also important. So I think that you guys should take that into consideration. The other thing that I would like to address is that we have always encouraged student participation at this school. And there were letters that I know that the kids wrote that went out to the school board. I am really disappointed that the responses that came back to these students was very mundane and very copy and paste. It was dear student's name and it was the exact same letter given to every single student. I can tell you that my child is one of the kids that wrote a letter. She was excited to hear that she got a response back from the board. And when she opened it and saw that it was the same exact letter that her co-partner, her co-student got, she was very disappointed. I think that you guys should have taken a little bit more time and read, and I understand that you probably had a lot, but I think you should have taken a little bit more time, read them and made it a little bit more personalized. Because now they all are like, we're just people to them. We're just numbers. We didn't even matter to them. Thank you for your time.
Be small.
I'm Tiffany Small, and just like basically everybody here, I'm in here for the same reason. My biggest concern that I think comes to point of also being in the auto industry and that kind of thing is the bus barn. We have Bart and all of his crew that cares about these kids, who puts their own safety and these kids' safety in their own hands every single day. The road is not a safe place. We all know that. And if we're putting a bus on there that's not mechanically sound because we don't have the staff members to properly fix it, what are we saying to our kids, to our families? It's basically a slap in the face that we don't care about their safety. I understand that he can do some stuff on his own, but he can't do everything, you know? And the other thing is, yes, Megan's a huge part to this school, as well as any of these staff members are here. You know, I know my daughter personally loves having her as a go-to. And the other thing is, you always hear us say that we want our kids to stay here. If they're in our district, we want them to stay here. I think that goes for our teachers too. If somebody wanted to go look for better opportunities somewhere else, let them look for it. If they didn't find it, that's okay. Other people stayed. Other people stuck around and battled it out. Teaching's not an easy job. We all know that. And it's a job that they do from the heart. It's a job that, I mean, even you guys do. I know you're not directly teachers, but you guys have to deal with all of this, and seeing all these students should be impactful to you guys, seeing that they care, that they matter. And I honestly think that if this doesn't show you a representation of what these kids, especially the middle school kids who could be doing a ton of other things right now, say and think about our staff, then you guys need to really open your eyes. And I really truly think that. So I appreciate you guys letting me talk. I think everybody's basically covered the basics, but I really hope that as far as the bus barn situation goes, you think about the safety that is on their hands. It's not just changing a tire that weighs how many ever pounds. It's well-being. It's also, what happens if he gets sick? What happens if he's gone? What happens if something else happens? Who's gonna cover that position? That's something that you really need to think about and know that, I mean, that's a huge risk that we're putting onto the students if we don't have buses that are running properly.
Miss Jen Pascal. Miss Jen Pascal.
Hi, and my name is Jen Pescal, and I am a teacher, first grade teacher over at the elementary school. And I did send letters to the board members today. And I think I was just really, and am really concerned about some of the rumors and the stories circulating in the town and in the school, mainly about the unfair and unjust favoritism that seems to be abounding in this district. With certain teachers, you know, like my co-teacher, she's getting her master's and she's doing it after she, you know, works on Tuesday and Wednesday so she can, you know, work with the kids who she loves, but so she can eat her beans and rice, you know, for the night. And then she's getting her master's on top of that. And every night, you know, she's up till like 10 and 11 and just really, really putting it out there to be a reading specialist. And then just hearing stories about maybe other people not having to, you know, it might just be a total rumor, but it just seems unfair with the time allotment for masters and things like that. And I know in our school, like in our classroom, we really teach 3 R's, you know, that we're respectful, we're honest, we do the things that are right. And if they don't, they get in a lot of trouble. And so I would just hope that this seemingly favoritism, that it just has no part. Like when I came in second semester, I had to really talk to some of the kids because they thought they were the teacher. And I said, well, no. And it was really causing a lot of problems with a lot of the other students. And I said, well, no, I'm the teacher. I'm the big boss. And this is, you know, and we're gonna all be on the same level playing field. And I just don't see that happening. I see a lot of favoritism and I don't like that because I don't think it's fair. And I know with great power comes great responsibility. And I just feel like we really, really need to treat everybody the same. And I know that we can't always do that, but we can do better. And I just think that some of the things that have happened to some of my colleagues, it's not fair and it's not right. And I just hope that we can look into some of these stories because I know that all of you have great hearts and really have great ethics. And that some of these things can be looked into deeply and to see what's really going on. Because this school is very precious to all of us or we wouldn't be here. And we do appreciate all the things that all of you do. Thank you very much.
Mr. Jim Long.
I'm going to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Mr. Matt Redford.
Good evening, board. My name is Matt Redford. I'm the 7th and 8th grade math teacher in the middle school. I'm here this evening, along with everyone else, to show my support for Mrs. Megan Higginbotham. I believe Megan's non-renewal was ill-informed, handled unprofessionally, and is absolutely not in the best interest of students. I say this decision was ill-informed because Megan has had only one professional observation this academic school year. One observation with one class provides, at best, a snapshot of a teacher's abilities and effectiveness in the classroom. What makes a teacher great is far too nuanced to be captured and quantified in 1 hour. We've looked at that observation together, which was net positive. The most negative feedback was not to allow students to call Megan by her first name. If there had been a history of poor performance and observations, those should have been addressed previous to the beginning of this school year. I say Megan's non-renewal was handled unprofessionally because previous to the day of her non-renewal, she hadn't been informed of any significant concerns about her abilities as a teacher or that her job was ever in jeopardy. Megan was never placed on a performance plan, so up until she was told she wasn't, she believed she was viewed as a valued member of the Mancos School District. I say this decision was not made in the best interest of students because teachers do so much more for our students than merely offer academic knowledge. We know these students personally. We know their hopes, their fears, their strengths, and their weaknesses. Essentially, we know our students' hearts. And no one knows the hearts of these middle schoolers better than Megan Higginbotham. Am I right? Look around you tonight. These students, families, and other staff members wouldn't be here if Megan hadn't touched all of us in some meaningful way. I strongly believe this decision was not made in the best interest of students who should be at the center of every decision made by the Mancos School District. How am I doing on time?
Yeah, a minute.
Okay. Since I have extra time, I want to share an anecdote about Jason. My first year here, we took the 7th graders to the sand dunes. 2 weeks previous, he found out that his son wasn't eligible to go. He still came with us. Camped on the ground, in the dirt, spent 4 days with us despite his son not being there. He didn't have to. It shows his commitment to the school district, and you should show your commitment to him. Thank you.
If I don't get this name right. Riley Drive? Drive? Did I get it right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Riley Dry, and I've come today to discuss the regards about Miss Megan and her leavings. I really think that she should still be here. She's a great teacher. I look around this classroom every single day and all I can see is smiles on the students' faces. And just the sheer happiness of being in there with her is so touching. She is the best teacher I have seen in all the probably 20 schools I've been in so far. And she is a pretty amazing teacher. She made me go from probably a D in English to all the way to an A+. And same thing with all the rest of the students. I've gone from probably straight Fs to AB student in the school. Thank you.
Caitlin Mapp. Did I get that right? Yeah. Okay.
Good evening, my name is Kaylin Mack and I'm here as a concerned high school student. I have known Megan for about, I want to say 2 years. I came here halfway through 6th grade and she started teaching me through 7th and 8th. And from my personal experience, I've been throughout multiple different schools. I have been with so many different teachers. I have never met a teacher like Megan. She has been the most respectful woman I have ever met. She has been a strong, powerful figure in my life. And I feel like in seventh grade, I was not doing the best. I was slacking. And as soon as I met Megan, she was able to put me in a safe, comforting environment, made me feel like I was wanted there, I was safe there, and that I could get through most things. And I feel like where I am in high school today as a freshman, I would not be here without her. She is an amazing teacher. She has taught me most of the things that I know and I still remember. And she is the reason that I am willing to come here today. I feel like this entire decision is just so disappointing because I know that she really doesn't deserve this. She is an amazing woman and she has worked hard to be here. She has worked hard through multiple different students. I have seen her work through so many different situations. And she's kept going strong. I don't think I've ever seen her criticize or ridicule any student. She has been commanding enough to keep students in line, but has never, ever been cruel, has never, ever been harsh. And she is one of the most powerful figures in my life. And to see her go, even as a high school student, is just incredibly disappointing. Even from this time, I still go and visit her because she's great with advice. She can be the best listening ear to anybody. It doesn't matter where you come from, your race, your background, no matter what, she will include you. She's an amazing woman. Thank you for your time.
Redford.
I'm reading on behalf of Ed Rittner. He wrote a letter that I'm gonna read. Good evening, Mancus board members. I apologize for not being present this evening as I had intended. A very close relative is ill and very far away, so I had to travel. I want to first say that my intention in speaking here is not to judge or criticize the work of our MSD admin or board, but rather to remind them of two things. First is that if there is a hierarchy of power within a school district, it is parents and students at the top, with the board as a voice for their will and administration that does their best to shape that will and vision. Secondly, we have a strategic plan, and the reason we have that is to, in times of not only planning, but reflection, look to it for guidance or as a check on our decisions to know if those decisions align with who we say we are and what we say we do. My thoughts on the non-renewal of Mrs. Higginbotham are twofold. As a parent of one of her students, I wanted my kids to have her in 8th grade next year. He has thrived and found comfort in a language class this year, and that is new and important to me as a parent. I spent 3 days on the Sand Dunes trip 3 weeks ago, and I listened to 2 groups of 7th graders discussing the books they have been reading. 7th graders. Now that's data, and it's something we stated explicitly in our strategic plan to achieve, a love of reading. The second fold, if you will, brings me back to our strategic plan. Domain number 1, community connections. Teachers will be intentional about including participation of local professionals and organizations in the design and implementation of PBL projects. Domain 2, climate and culture. Teachers will implement skills, strategies acquired from SEL and trauma-informed PD and coaching. Domain number 3, portrait of a graduate via student-centered learning. Teachers will be directly involved in the process for choosing priority standards for their grade level. Domain number 4, opportunities for individual students. Teachers will prioritize teaching students to evaluate, analyze, and critically think about reading materials. Prioritize career-based exploration and field trips, guest speakers, and career day opportunities. Incorporate professional skills, life skills, and career opportunities into projects and curriculum where appropriate. If we measure Mrs. Higginbotham by these standards, by who we say we are, she seems to be an incredible asset to our middle school staff. Thank you for the time, Ed.
Higginbotham?
My name is Brad Higginbotham and student advocate at the elementary school. Prior to reading my letter, I'd just like to say that I'm a big proponent of, it's all I believe in is making relationships with people and more importantly with students. That is what we're all doing here is trying to figure out what's best for kids. However, I do believe in having good relationships with my colleagues as well. And I'm just going to point out ahead of time that I do name names as I read this, and I do so not to incriminate or attack anybody, but more to just make it clear as to who said what. So my letter says, prior to working here in Mancos, I spent 21 years at Southwest Open School, which is the alternative high school in Cortez. The school is a beacon of hope for any student who is not finding the support they need for any one of the schools in Montezuma County. This means that SWOS serves an eclectic group of students who have only one thing in common: they don't belong. All the professional development I have received in the last 25 years, including the PD I have received here at Mancos, has belonging as the single most important factor for students to succeed academically, socially, and emotionally. While I cannot speak for all 39 years of SWOS's existence, I can attest for the last 30 of them, not a single enrolled SWOS student died by suicide. This coming from a student body who, prior to attending SWOS, consistently rated themselves higher than the state and national average when asked about stress, mental health issues, hopelessness, and considered and attempted suicides. Creating a culture of belonging has proven to make a difference. Since Megan's first year teaching middle school at Mancos, students have overwhelmingly used her as their trusted adult. This comes from counselors, our other teachers, and students themselves. Our 7th and 8th grade teaching team have said, she is the teacher we hope to be. Substitute teachers look forward to filling in for her, and parents of all levels of students sing her praises. The various school psychs, ELL, and ESS teachers, and both secondary principals have all witnessed her changing the lives of students academically and socially, emotionally. Megan has been creating a culture of belonging. While Megan can still have a dramatic effect on students in another role here at Mancos, I know from personal experience, I was the EARS advocate for 2 years, that her power will be marginalized. The administration's misguided choice to non-renew Megan's contract has immediate and damaging consequences. I have always believed that all of us who have chosen to dedicate our hearts to education have done so in order to do what is best for kids. The Mancos administrators and board members involved in this unethical decision have me in doubt. A week after Megan was handed her letter, Mr. Hughes asked the two of us, Megan and I, to talk with him in his office. With tears in his eyes, he wished he'd had.
Excuse me. Can you please pause? Would the board like Mr. Higginbotham to continue? Yes. Okay, continue.
I'm sorry that I was.
No, go ahead, continue.
Sorry. Thank you all for the opportunity to keep on. Mr. Hughes asked the two of us to talk with him in his office. With tears in his eyes, he wished he had a stronger backbone. This decision, he said, was coming from Mr. Cordry and Adiana Farrar. Adiana Farrar is an instructional coach, not someone with administrative power. In Megan's discussion with Mr. Cordry regarding her non-renewal, he told her that the board had been talking about this since August. No matter how people spin the story to protect their reputations and or jobs, there is no way that this story will ever be told by anyone on any side that the Mancos administration modeled or upheld a culture of belonging. And then I just have one final thought, if that's okay. And that is, I do appreciate the opportunity that was put out there for restorative work to happen. That I think is going to happen tomorrow. However, being a major proponent of restorative work or conflict resolution, I know and have been doing it for over 20 years. I know for a fact that it cannot be done and won't be done if the people involved in it are not honest and do not own up to their part and take responsibility for the actions that they did. Thank you.
Thomas Jones.
My name is Thomas Jones. I've been a student here for 5 years, and in those 5 years, I've known Megan for 3 of them. Yeah, I'm here to talk about Megan. I met her briefly in 5th grade when I think it was the 6th grade walked us over to kind of introduce us to middle school and whatnot. So we go over and I say hi to Megan and she says, hello, what grade are you in? I say, I'm in 5th grade, my name is Tommy. She looks at me and she says, I'm excited to have you next year as a student. I wasn't even in her grade, I was in 6th grade. Number 2. 2-3 months ago, one of our teachers put out a poll that said, how much have you improved or liked reading more in the past, I think it was however time. And that wasn't a coincidence. That was when Megan's thing came up and we were all like, oh, whoa, Megan's leaving, but why? That came up and there wasn't a single person who put below a 3, which, I mean, Megan's a reading teacher. That has to have something to do with it, right? Number 2. I think it's unfair that she didn't have any preparation to think, oh, I'm being left. Also, why did she have eyes on her? You can't judge a teacher on scores and whatnot. You have, in one observation, you have to do at least like 10. One in one class, you have to do 8th grade, 7th grade, and advisory and all that. You can't say, oh, this single person got a 79 on one test, oh, she's gone forever. Like that can't be right. That's not fair to Megan. Let's see, is there anything else? No, that's it. My name is Tom Jones. Bye.
White and Olive Anderson. State your names.
School board, we are, Olive Anderson at the Glen. Yes, we're here today for the concern of our people. It all leads me personally to, I'm scared. I'm scared for the future. Coming into 6th grade, I was so terrified. My 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade teachers were the ones to be there to comfort me. The school changing scares me. Miss Megan leaving scares me. I personally haven't had Megan as a teacher yet. I've heard only good things about her and amazing things from other students. Other students can come out here, 7th graders, 8th graders, and say, I don't want Megan to leave. I've had experiences with her. She's great. This is me coming out here and saying, I don't want Megan to leave. I want to have her. I haven't had to have her, and I want the experience with her. I moved here a little under 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago in 4th grade. And didn't know anyone. And like I said before, my middle school and elementary school teachers were the ones to comfort me. My friends were the ones to comfort me. But the school changing, I feel this isn't all right. Miss Megan, I haven't had her. And I haven't also had Dolly. I think it is unfair that I don't get a chance to have Megan. Even though I've never had her, I was looking forward to having her. Like I said before, other people could come out here and say, I've had great experiences with Dolly. I don't want her to leave. I haven't, and this is still me saying I want to have an experience with Dolly. Thank you. I'm handing it over to Dolly.
Okay, something I want to just talk about is how much Megan needs me. As a 6th grader, I've never really had Megan as a teacher, but as I walk down the hallway, hearing her class laugh, and in the morning, the smile she has on her face, it's just crazy how we're gonna take that away from every student here. Thank you.
Jennifer, is it Lynn?
Hi, I'm Jennifer Wynn. I'm an 8th grade student at Mancus Middle School. I transferred here in 6th grade, coming from a school that did not give support and did not have any teachers that would
get to know the students, and attempt to grow a relationship with the students. I feel that the school staff most definitely makes an attempt to get to know the students, but there's one teacher in particular that has the strongest relationship and bond with the majority of the students. Megan Higginbotham is one of the best teachers I have ever had and will forever remember her name and the skills I have picked up from her. She is not only an amazing teacher, but a great person, and she teaches, but she also is here for all of us, no matter what situation we are experiencing. Megan has never avoided helping any student coming to her for help, whether that be with an essay for her class or a math problem for a different class. Students also come to her if they need someone to talk to about friendships and or issues at home. I feel that she is one of the most trusted adults I have. In 6th grade, I was often falling behind and had no clue what I was doing. Since Megan has been my teacher, I've never had a grade below an A, and always had the help and support I need. Her room in the school is where I feel most comfortable and safe. I come to her if I have a hard day or just a hard time and need a break. She makes me feel very safe and comfortable, and I know that that is the same way for a lot of students. And I trust her with almost anything. And she's helped me with math problems and science problems just from freaking out. And she's always had the support.
Higginbotham.
I am Poppy Higginbotham. I am an 8th grader and Megan's daughter. I have personally had seen her come home from a school day, and
You can do it.
and she has been like, today was so rough, like, I don't know if I can keep doing this, but she perseveres. She's the strongest woman I've ever met. I'm not coming here because she is my mother. I'm coming here because she has changed so many lives. I have seen 6th graders and heard 6th graders go to her crying because of something that happened at home or at school, and she is there to help them. She doesn't care what your background is. She doesn't care about anything. She's just there to help. I personally write too much when it could just be a few sentences. And she has always been there for me and telling me, like, don't do that. And like, when she says don't do that, it's not just don't do that. It's here's how to help you. Like, here's how to write less. And this year I have gone from writing 5 paragraphs when it needs to be 1 to writing 2 paragraphs when it needs to be 1. I have a whole speech now. I don't remember it. She came to this school my 6th grade year, and the sophomores frequently come to her classes. The juniors come to her classes that didn't even have her, and they come to her class just to get a hug. She is the base and the braces that hold this school together. She comes to school with a smile on her face every day, even if she doesn't feel like she can have that smile on her face. She is there for every student, even when she is having a tough time. And the day she was told she would not be renewed, she took time away.
Do you all want Bobby to continue?
Yeah. She took time away and she came right back and she was like, I will be here for them and I will put my needs aside and I will be here for my students. She is She is the most powerful woman here, and I think that I will ever meet. And I'm not saying any of this because she is my mom. I truly believe that. Thank you.
I might mess this up. Angry Derizotis? Andreas. Andreas. That's all I- what's that? Andreas, your name is an S.
My name is Andreas Derizotis, and I'm here to talk about Megan Higginbotham. I've known Megan since I was in the second grade, and she was a student, well, not student, son just to help out. And she's been probably the best English teacher I have ever had of my 13 years at any school. What else? Megan just, like everyone else has said, like people go to her when they're sad or if they're having problems. Megan is just that teacher that the Mancus Middle School and the rest of Mancus needs. And
Lily Bagels, how do you pronounce it? Liliana.
Mancus Board, I am Liliana Gallegos, and I have come to talk about Megan Higginbotham. I have known Megan for a few years now, and I love her with all my heart. Like, I in the morning will sometimes come to school and have a bad day, and she'll be there with a smile there to help me, and I love that so much. She's there. I also love her because she's an amazing teacher. She has helped my grades a lot go up because I remember when I came here in Mancus, I had an F a lot. I was failing so bad. And Megan has helped me and improved my English so much from when I first came here. Megan is just an amazing teacher overall. I really love her and admire her and look up to her a lot as a teacher. I know Megan will just I'll walk into class and she'll have a smile on her face all the time, and even when I'm having bad days, she's a teacher I can go up to and actually tell her about that and confess how I feel, my emotions and everything. And I love that I can have that relationship with some of my teachers here at Mancus. Again, she's just a really amazing teacher, and yeah, thank you.
Mike Nance.
I'm right here, is it okay if I just stay in this?
Of course. Sure.
I didn't, Mike Nance, parent, we've been here, just a couple of years now. I didn't intend to speak, so I don't have anything prepared, I'll keep it brief. I think the key talking points were covered fairly well by Mr. Redford. I don't need to cover any of that stuff again. If you need to refer back to what really matters, to the facts, they were stated clearly there. One of the things that we really liked about this school when we came here was that I think the value of education as a more multifaceted thing is kind of observed here more than it was where we came from. I don't think there were a lot of situations back where we came from in Illinois where I could foresee all these kids supporting all these teared up eyes, even among some of these young men. I think that's important, and I think it shouldn't be overlooked at this time. The main point that I want to make, though, is that if we measure a teacher entirely by test scores, grades, and that's not to suggest that this teacher in question is coming short in those areas, but if that's the only area that we measure our teachers, we're missing something very important for a lot of students. So a lot of these kids that are gonna get good grades, they're gonna score well, they're gonna go to colleges. So a lot of other of these kids, like myself, that may not have gotten phenomenal grades, that didn't educate in the traditional sense well. But when you have a teacher that touches you the way Megan has touched a lot of these students, you'll remember them for the rest of your life. Some of these kids that aren't gonna score well, that aren't gonna test well, they're still gonna go on to be successful. They're gonna do great things. Many of these kids will. And you'll never be able to measure that by scores on a piece of paper. But I'm 47, 48 years old now, and I have a teacher that comes to my mind that I still communicate with to this day, that was that person for me and largely contributed to the success I've had in my life. Thank you.
Yes, for mommy.
I'm Tiffany Aspermoney, and I'm coming here for concerns for our district. A lot of you have shared, great stories, but there was also rumors and stories mentioned in these testaments tonight. Looking around this room, I saw parents' concerned faces. We just caused more chaos than we needed to. I'm asking, we're coming here and we should be looking for facts. We are here throwing our family, our district that we're calling family. We used that more than once tonight, under the bus before we're fact checking. We're assuming the worst in our family. Are we asking hard questions to our leadership first before dragging our family through the mud? Demand for leadership guidance. Ask those hard questions. Thoughts about how this affects our students before approaching these concerns so publicly. I ask, while fighting for what we feel is right, we do not make assumptions and cause more chaos that can be immediate and damaging, which was someone's words, not only to staff, but students that are affected. There's a human element that we all understand, but others are failing to acknowledge because it doesn't support their agenda. We continue to use the term family, but this isn't how we treat our family.
Sarah Levine.
Are you okay if I see her?
I'm okay with that. Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah, please.
I think our next PBL is we're just gonna have to erect a bronze statue of Miss Higginbotham in front of the school. I think this room really speaks to not just the magic of teachers, but the magic of Mancos and the importance of community. And I told my husband the other day when I had the flu that the next time I get the flu, I would rather be at Megan's house because she would take much better care of me. You're at home probably watching this. However, I think I encourage you all to just understand the ripple effect that happens when we lose sight of community and don't see how it ripples out and how many people are affected by big decisions. And I just encourage that we really try to coach people up, try to help in the ways that make the people that have devoted their lives, such as Megan, to these guys, to the future students, and has been part of the Mancos community for a long time. Really encourage us to just take a judicious look before we make decisions and know that these are people that we want to be here. And we need people of all different abilities and strengths, and that's how we reach each one of these kids. So.
clarity, I'm gonna read off some names. If you are on this list and you did want to speak, please raise your hand because sometimes the list gets confusing. Craig McClure,
Was not Steve.
Kigo, Brittany Smith,
I don't know. She left the room.
okay? Caitlin Braga? No?
Brittany can.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because sometimes you sign up on the wrong column. Is there anybody else who would like to address the board?
My name is not on there.
Come
I'm
on.
so far back here that I could not.
I'm gonna make you come up so that people can see you and let the record reflect that it's Miss Audion.
Can I speak after her?
I'm not gonna make that policy.
My name is Adian Farrar. I am the Vegas School District Project-Based Learning Director and Instructional Coach. I was not planning on addressing the board this evening, but my name has been brought up, so I feel like I need to dispel any rumors that have been said in this room. At the very beginning of the year, we had a high school English teacher who needed support. And eventually it became clear that that support was going to be best if she moved into a different position and somebody else took that position. In the interim between one teacher leaving and the other teacher coming in, I said that I would manage the grade book so that it was fair for students. It was unclear what assignments had been graded, what assignments hadn't been graded. Students kept coming to me saying, I know I showed this to her, but it didn't end up in the grade book. So I made decisions to support students as best as I could based on what information I had at the time. And then once that happened, I told the students, this is what your grade looks like. Come talk to me if you have any issues. The teacher who now is in the classroom did not understand what had happened. It had been communicated very clearly to her, but she did not understand what had happened. So when she found that things had been changed, she thought somebody else was in her grade book. That was not the case. And it happened in the interim between me helping bridge the gap between the two teachers. I have since been in the classroom, in this classroom since before spring break. Nobody has ever asked me to change a grade, nor would I ever. I believe that if you were to ask every single student that I have in that classroom right now, if their grade is a clear reflection or a fair reflection of the work that they have done in the classroom, they would say yes. So I need, I'm choosing my words very clearly right now.
Yeah, take your time.
How much time do I have?
You're fine.
Okay.
Yes, okay, if she keeps going, before we interrupt her.
I am disappointed that there have been these rumors that have been said about me, about my teaching, because they're not true. I'm also disappointed that my name came up this evening because I have had nothing to do with that. I was not a part of any decision that was made. I am in the process of getting my principal's license, and I have been doing principal-like things as a part of doing some shadowing. So if there are any other rumors that are going around about me, I would like for people to please address me directly and not bring my name into letters they send to the board. Thank you.
Dayla Draper.
My name is Dayla Draper. I am a sixth grader at Lincoln Middle School, and I want to talk about Megan. When I was in fifth grade, my sister would always come home telling me how much she loved Megan and how much Megan always helped her. And I was like, dang, I wish I could have Megan as one of my teachers. And now
Now that I know she's leaving, I feel disappointed, like I don't want to go into seventh grade. She was like one of my biggest reasons why I want to be here. She's helped so many people, and I just hope that she can help me in my seventh grade and eighth grade. And she helps me now. She's not one of my teachers, but I hope she can become one of my teachers. Thank you.
And in final, Mitchell Smith, our last speaker for the evening.
Hi, my name is Mitchell Smith. I am an eighth grade student at Mankers Middle School. I've had Megan for 2 years, but I've known her for 3. I came here in the middle of my 6th grade year. And when I first got here, Megan immediately came up to me, introduced herself, and showed me around the school, showed me to other students, like who would be really good friends. And some of those suggestions I am still friends with now. Just as an African American student, I get looked at differently. And when I went to my old school, I got looked at differently by a lot of teachers. And when I came here, none of the teachers looked at me like I was something else. Megan especially just like looked at me as I was one of her own kids. And she's helped me with so many things, from family issues to sports related things. And she's just a huge figure in my life. And I don't know what I would do if I didn't have her here now. Thank you.
Gonna break protocol. Shocker. And I'm gonna let the board have an opportunity to speak prior to moving on, if they wish to speak. And then we will move into the rest of our board meeting. And I'm gonna start here on the left with Rachel, if there's anything you need to say.
Yeah, probably not at this time. I gotta take some time to put all this together. We need to do a lot more research on things. So I definitely think that we need to have the executive session, on May 1st. And as part of that, I think that I would like to ask for, quite a bit of documentation to go along with that meeting. So we'll be in touch with that.
So in order to do that, let's compile it through one source so that these guys aren't being hit with 5 separate requests.
Well, I think that each request needs to go to everybody.
Let's compile a list as a board, and we will then send one compiled list to our staff so as to not take too much time. All right, I agree with you, Mr. Figueroa.
Well, I want to thank all the students first for coming and for expressing your feelings or just being here to support in whatever manner that you have. We're all here. We all work for you guys. We're all here for you guys. That's what our job is. That's why we're in education. So thank you for joining us. I have a tremendous amount of questions to our administrators who have voiced for this last 2 years that everything is great here in Mancos. And we're all doing great. So now I have to look at this and say, not only do I want data, I want explanations about why we're here, why we're in this state of mind. Because what I've heard is that in the latest report is that PBL is doing great, that our climate and culture is doing great, everybody's happy, we're all doing good. But that is not the case based on this. So there's no doubt, I agree with my colleague here that we are gonna get a list together and we wanna see what kind of evaluations were done. We wanna see the evaluations. We want to talk with individuals directly about what was said to them and when it was said. And when they incite that the board was watching teachers, I want to know who said that. Because the board doesn't do that. I can tell you right now, I don't do that. I feel ashamed because for 3 years, I've come into classrooms to understand the work that you guys are doing, only because I want to stay in touch. And now I feel like I can't walk into your classroom because automatically you're going to think what was expressed here tonight. So moving forward, I want some answers and I want to hold people accountable also. If something was done wrong, I want it to be known publicly and I want action taken by this board.
Thank you. Mr. Denali.
I really want to acknowledge that I appreciate the passion and the honesty that is expressed by the students that are in attendance here. I have children in the district here, and hearing what they have to say about their teachers is amazing. It's what every parent hopes to have for a school. There's so much truth in what they were saying, and so much of what they feel and what they understand. My difficulty is when we let rumors take over, and it's destructive. This community is too small to let a rumor mill pick apart what we built and what our community stands for. I'm in agreement with Victor about, just how disheartening it is to hear that there's a belief that the board is somehow underhandedly looking at teachers and making these behind the scenes decisions about who stays and who goes. The board doesn't do that. All the discussions that we have is seen right in that little box right there. It's all on Facebook. Everything that we talk about is there. There's nothing behind the scenes. We work really hard to make sure that we are above board, that there is that visibility. To question that is insulting. And it's difficult because we're here doing this work, just the same as all of you teachers out there doing the work. And we need to show that all together that we're making this district better instead of trying to divide it. What are these guys seeing us do here? When we jump to the first rumor that's out there, it'll tear us apart. We can't support each other and find out the real answers instead of jumping to the rumors. What's going to happen? How can we do the work that we need to do as a school board when we're supposed to be representing the community, the teachers, most especially the students, and try to prepare the school district for the next generation when we're losing support? And it's not even anything that we did. It's just what somebody heard from somebody else who heard from somebody else. We're not that kind of community. We shouldn't be if we're turning that way.
I will wrap by saying, first and foremost, I am proud of all of the young adults in this room because it is not easy to show up, nor is it easy to use a voice. And for those of you that did both of those things, it's been incredible. I thank you for showing up on your evening off, but I also will thank all of the community and the staff that is here today. Furthermore, I will thank my fellow board members who spend countless unpaid hours reading letters and speaking to those that have concerns and answering emails for $0 on our vacations. I've been on vacation, but I really wasn't on vacation. when we're supposed to be working. And we do that. We sit in these seats. I am a parent. My son has gone to school here since he was 4 years old. He's never gone anywhere else. He's very lucky. I have volunteered since day one. I do that because I believe in the value of this community, and I serve the staff and the students. Both. Yes, I have a child in the district. That is more than enough of reason, but you all are the reason that we're all doing this work. I heard many of you say we don't do it for the money. Well, we certainly don't do it for the money. We're all here with the same passion. Okay? We're all here for the same purpose of the greater good. Jen Pascal said tonight, do the things that are right or we will get into a lot of trouble. And that is a poignant statement for the board. There's a reason that those kids had to get that email, because there are laws that bound how we respond. And I have, as board president, been in contact with an attorney, with the school attorney. And I have continued to work with the board and with our one employee in the superintendent. He is our one employee and we look to him to give us recommendations and guidance. He and his team do the work. Does that mean the board can never step in? Not necessarily, but it's very, very strictly bound by a certain set of policy. And I would encourage everyone to be familiar with it and circumstance. A lot of this is all referenced also online in the strategic plan Mr. Wertner wrote about. Mr. Wertner helped write the strategic plan. You can go back for now 2-3 years and there are strategic plan reports on the website. So I would encourage everyone to become familiar with that and educate yourself, even the kids. You guys can all go read the strat plan. It's pretty interesting stuff. When my integrity is challenged in a position as a volunteer, it upsets me. Because to Tiffany's point, she also brought this up, we're tearing each other down. And if you all feel attacked, imagine that we also feel the same way. We're sitting in the same seat. And when we're named by name, it's the same exercise. We're one family that should be working together. And that, Mr. Redford mentioned, is the reason for the gathering and the conversation and the restorative justice process. And I would encourage you guys, I thought you had mentioned that you were happy or maybe it was Brad. I'm sorry if I misspoke, but someone mentioned the restorative justice process and appreciating that. That is exactly why Mr. Cordray and his staff chose to do that, because it's the right thing to do. And that's on him to do that, not us. We're not going to be there. Okay. You are one Blue Jay family. Be responsible, be respectful, be ready. We're all in the same family. So we have a lot of work to do. That is very clear. And we thank you for giving us your perspective. About 455 kids, close to 100 staff. We've gotten 25 letters from students. We've gotten 15 letters from teachers. We've gotten 2 letters from parents. I'll put the numbers out there. And then we've got this voice today. It's significant. Absolutely. Okay. Let's start over and go back to the drawing board and look to your leadership and go through those channels and let's do the work, because there's plenty of work to be done. Okay. So thank you all. You don't have to stay and observe the rest of the meeting, but you can, because we've never had this many people and I'm very happy about it, but it's gonna get hot. Or everybody is welcome to do your thing. And then we will, is Sarah here? Yep. Okay, so Sarah Rank, Sarah.
No, we probably go.
I just want to see if she's here, or if I'm gonna need to.
I think it's something.
You know, it's here. It's here now.
Is there a representative from the district accountability here?
Oh my goodness. Do you have a report?
I have an important message for you.
Okay, go ahead. I wanna, we're already pretty past time, so.
How do I connect to my tech?
Yeah, I'll get Keith.
Go ahead and sit right over here.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead. Oh.
And you have another recording before things. I'll be called.
And then what the DAC was really wanting this body to know is they got a really good presentation about the superintendent search, and they got a really good presentation around the mill levy override. And the message that they wanted to share with the board is, regardless of how the survey would come out on the mill levy override, they wanted to encourage the board to go for a mill levy override. Okay, now we'll speak to the result of the mill levy override shortly, which are very good news, but that's what the DAC wanted the board to know.
Okay. So there's no official report, but we do have the message from the DAC. Can you answer the question, Todd? We had discussed having the DAC have an update. Did that happen on in regard to superintendent?
Yes, they got it. They got it.
I guess I could have asked Tiffany. So-
Yeah, they got a
so
very
Tiffany
good superintendent search and a very good mill levy
Okay,
override.
so she gave them a full update.
Yes.
They're all in the know.
Yes.
Perfect. That's really what I wanted to make sure. Okay, so District Accountability Committee, a committee made up of citizens who can volunteer their time to be a part of the discussion around many issues that are brought to the board. And for District Accountability Committee to get an update on mill levy as well as the superintendent search is super important to us because they do keep us accountable to a certain degree. All right. I want to make sure that we're ready on tech, so I think we need a little bit of time, 5 minutes. Okay, we need about 5 minutes. I will, in the essence of time, give an update in regard to superintendent search during that time, so I'm gonna flip the discussion items around a little bit. And the superintendent search update is that let me find the current number. We currently, we do have 7 applicants. That the folks that have applied to be in that particular position. There are 7 applicants as of today. We have 17 responses to what's called the stakeholder group. The stakeholder group is a group that is made up of anybody that would like to be a part of the process of interviewing or discovery with a superintendent candidate. Those applications are open to the community, to teachers, to no, believe students, any concerned citizen. And we will randomize choose out of it's an AI tool that does it. They will randomly choose groups to participate in the interview process, which is going to be an all-day process on Friday, May 9th. So you would have to be available on Friday, May 9th. So I would encourage anyone to go look at the website if you do want to participate, and please apply to bring your voice to the table. Our next steps as board, we have all been working on the interview questions and filling out what questions we believe personally, each of us individually, plus adding more. We will have a meeting, a board meeting on April 30th. It will likely go into executive session in discussion around candidates because that is a personnel matter. But we will also talk about these questions in the process. It'll be a fairly long meeting. Part of it will be in public, a majority of it will be in executive session. After that April 30th meeting, we should then be working towards arranging interviews for our final candidates and arranging travel and all of those little details to come to light that will, as I said, culminate on May 9th. So that is where we are at. I have been personally really grateful to have McPherson Jacobson help us through this because they've really helped move us along in a much quicker fashion than I think we could have done on our own. Okay, so that is our superintendent search kind of verbal update to the community and the staff. Royce, are you?
I think I'm ready.
Are you ready? Maybe?
I just gotta go down there and let you in. And let me in, okay. Just make sure your mic is turned off. I did. Thank you so much.
Cool.
I can start and then catch us up.
Sure,
In the
perfect.
slides, if
Thank
that's okay.
Yeah, please.
Can I leave the store open or?
Yeah.
Yes, you can, as long as it's not too loud. I think it's okay. Thanks, Keith.
Perfect. Mancus Board, thank you so much for letting me take just a few minutes to connect with you tonight. I'm Royce Trainum and I'm the Executive Director at San Juan BOCES. So I have a couple of things just to do an overview. What I want to share with you tonight is a little bit 10,000 foot, but it'll also talk a little bit about some data specific to Mancus. And just some issues that I think in conversations with Rachel, your representative for Mancus School District on the BOCES board, and I also talked with Superintendent Cordry and just sort of found out, I think, some relevant questions that might be of interest to you guys. Hang on one second. Sorry, this is what happens when you try to multitask me, and I need to stop share and go back and open up the right presentation.
And we're just, you can see some of these things too, under my report for the board reports, there are several attachments as well, so.
Great, and then I think what Keith said is now this is also gonna be shown for anyone that's not here in the room.
Yep.
Great, so just to go to the basics, I think a lot of you guys are not new to the board, or new, I just wanna talk about what's a BOCES. Parents gave us permission to use this photograph, so I just wanted everybody to know, to me, this is a lot of what BOCES is all about. There are Mancus staff in this picture, there are BOCES staff in this picture, and there are students, and it seems pretty clear to me that everybody is having a good time. A BOCES is basically, it's a cooperative of education services, and in the state of Colorado, there are basically two ways that you can do special education. You can either demonstrate that you have the capacity as a district, stand alone to fulfill all the obligations under the federal IDEA law of all the services required for children with disabilities on your own, or you can do it as part of a BOCES. Those are your only two options. And so for as far back as I'm aware, Mancus has been part of a BOCES. Mancus was part of the Southwest BOCES until 2010. When San Juan and Southwest BOCES merged, and then Mancus has been part of the San Juan BOCES ever since. So to me, this is like the golden thread. This is about adults who care deeply and passionately about educating children of all abilities. And that's really how a BOCES works, because special education doesn't start when a kiddo gets an IEP. It starts the moment the child enters the education system. So I just feel like this is such a good one. So now we're going to talk budget, because that's really how we get to do the work, is through the funding of the work. This is just a very general high-level overview of the BOCES budget and as it's broken down. What you'll see here is the vast majority of our funding goes to special education. It's about 65% of the San Juan BOCES budget. So that's special ed, which we're gonna spend most of tonight talking about. But 35% of our budget is unrelated to special education. That's money that funds grants and programs that are a benefit to member districts, but completely apart from being your administrative unit for special education. This funds programs like SWAP, School to Work Alliance, the Beta program. This also funds our Southwest Colorado eSchool. There are grants that have been awarded to the San Juan BOCES, like the Counselor Corps grant that helps to further career-connected learning, even at the middle school level. We use grant money to provide things like culturally and linguistically diverse learning. There are 45 hours of ongoing learning required for licensed teachers to renew every time they go to renew. BOCES provides that to our member district teachers completely free of charge. We provide support at the HR and business director level, CPI training, all of those kinds of things. That's part of the BOCES that doesn't have to do with special ed. This, I'm sorry, I don't know why it's this down, that's okay, the size is all right. This is our special ed funding. This is the big dollars. And most of the dollars here are attached to a student. So when I talk about special ed funding with my staff, I remind everybody that our dollars are your dollars. So this is Mancos School District is approximately 7% of the San Juan BOCES overall population. There are about 7,000 students in our 8-member districts. And Mancos is just under 6% of our special education population. So this is our full overall administrative unit funding from IDEA or federal, the 1.8 million. We then got $35,000 from the federal government to fund special ed in preschool. We got 3.9 million from the state, totally to fund special education in all 8 districts. And then additionally, we have a local assessment to each of our member districts. The IDEA and ECEA money is specifically attached to students who are already identified with a disability. The local assessment is an additional fee that our districts pay into the BOCES, and it supports 2 things. Primarily, it helps to support our administration. We also, those grants that I mentioned earlier, we actually also can take some indirect funding from those grants to also support the same administration that runs the special ed side, also oversees the grant side. And then the rest of the local assessment is used to fill the gap. In the state of Colorado, a BOCES by definition is ineligible for direct state funding. So even though the BOCES runs a school, the Southwest Colorado eSchool, we can't get PPR directly from the state. It's the way the School Finance Act is written. So that's why we have MOUs with each of our member districts for the students that come to our eSchool, and you guys collect the PPR and then give that to us as part of our agreement. So we don't have a general fund. It's just the ECEA and IDEA dollars. So we use some of that local assessment to basically be our general fund when we need to fill the gap. So what are you getting for your money? That's really the question, right? Because that's a lot of money to give. Mancos's share of the federal and state money combined is about $330,000. And then the local assessment for Mancos is just under $80,000. So that's kind of the total contribution for Mancos School District to the San Juan BOCES for the services that we provide. Really being part of a BOCES is like an insurance policy that you are gonna have any and every service available to you that any student with a disability might need who shows up in your district. Everything from an audiologist to a school social worker, to a teacher of the deaf, to a deaf interpreter. That's our responsibility to make sure those services are available to children with disabilities. And that's for all children in the area, ages 3 to 21. So even kiddos at a private preschool are eligible for those services if they are a student with an identified disability. We recruit, retain, make sure the licensure is right, and support all of those staff, and then provide them with all the materials and equipment that they might need to do their work. We partner with your ESS teachers and your general education teachers on comprehensive assessments, the development of IEPs, and the implementation of whatever a student needs in their day-to-day functioning to access a free and appropriate public education. This is some Minkus specific data. So this is a snapshot of Minkus's special education services. About 13% of the students in Minkus have an identified disability, which is below the state average. Just share that with you. I know this data is really, really small, and I'll share this with the board through Rachel afterwards. But this is also something that our director of special ed, who you guys all know because she's also a parent in the district and has worked in the district for many years, Brandy Durr, just last week met with the superintendent to review a lot of data around Minkus and their special ed services. But this is also just a reminder of how many hours a week of services are required for students with disabilities. And also how many hours a week of related services or specialist-based services are being received here in Minkus.
Can I ask a quick question?
Definitely, just interrupt me, and I'm sorry if I didn't say that.
And I might have missed this, so I apologize.
Yeah.
But you're saying that this is exceptional student services. And now you're speaking as far as students that have specific needs or disabilities. Where does the gifted section of students fall in line with this data or what you're speaking to?
Absolutely.
Because they're ESS, correct?
They are, absolutely. So within Colorado, exceptional student services is the full spectrum from students with disabilities and also includes student with gifted services. On the funding side, it's separate. The funding for gifted is not part of IDEA, ECA, or local assessment. Gifted is funded completely separately. We have similar breakouts in terms of identification and services for gifted that I didn't bring to share with you today. But Nisha Patlin, our gifted director, is a wealth of knowledge and detail and is always excited to have an opportunity to present to the board. And I think she did present to you guys last year.
Yeah.
In fact, I think she talked about how great it was. Yeah, so I don't have that, Emily, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to know, and I wanted to point out that we're not always talking about the students that are IEP. You're also talking about ALP, and it is a certain percentage.
It is, yes, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, let's see. So these are just a couple of Minkus specific data points that Brandy shared with me to highlight with you guys. I won't go over every single one of them, but I did want you to know that we did exit 2 students who are going to be graduating this year. This is sort of a categorization of all the different procedural things for special education that were completed in Minkus this year. That at the elementary school, there were 17 evaluations conducted. 3 students didn't qualify. And that's really typical that a student might be identified with areas of concern. We go through the response to intervention process. Targeted and individualized interventions are tried, and they still don't meet criteria. But we work alongside the staff all together all through the way. I think that there are just some really great things happening here about piloting curriculums that help provide great differentiation in Colorado state standards for students of all ability levels. And I would say, Emily, that's a place where I know the utilization of unique learning systems and a variety of different web-based tools is really helping teachers to level up content, especially for reading for students with ALPs. So I do want to mention something that it has taken place with our San Juan BOCES, which is that we have been issued what's called a corrective action plan. And I think that Rachel shared that with the board. So I just wanted to address that. based on a concern that was brought forward to Colorado Department of Education in March of 24 by the Montezuma Cortez School District, that there was a review of a bunch of, a great number of IEPs by the San Juan BOCES, and there were some areas of concern for which we have a corrective action plan. But I also want to put some context around what we call the CAP. The CAP is really directing us to improve our practices around documentation. And it does not demonstrate concerns around our services or denials of or any concerns about offering students a free and appropriate public education. If there had been a faith concern or a service related concern, we would have been required to remedy those immediately through comprehensive reevaluations and potentially offering compensatory education services. There wasn't a concern that we aren't implementing the procedural requirements, but litigation tends to drive policy. We haven't received a single state complaint around our services in the transition age. But we did get a finding in the area of indicator 13, which is how we document transition-based goals. So I just use that as one example that I really want to assure the Mancos board that we believe fully through our audits and our constant conversation with the Colorado Department of Education that quality services that are compliant are being delivered. We have some work to do in our documentation. And we're taking steps already to work with the Colorado Department of Education to remedy those. So we already have a training scheduled on August 22nd that all special education staff will attend. That'll be about comprehensive evaluations and about that specific indicator 13, which is about transition goals. So that's one step. We are making some changes to our procedural guidance around obtaining signatures at IEP meetings and the like. And so we'll be working with your special education staff to let them know what those changes are and provide them whatever support is needed along the way to implement those new expectations. Any questions about the CAP? Okay, oh, I guess it skipped one, sorry. So that's that one. The other part that I wanted to talk with you guys about tonight was the Montezuma Cortez application to reorganize the BOCES because it can get very confusing about the timelines. So Montezuma Cortez actually already submitted a partial application on March 12th to the Department of Ed to reorganize the BOCES. That application deadline is not until September. So right now what's happening is a third-party audit is taking place. They are analyzing finances and services, and that report will then accompany the Montezuma Cortez application to the CDE. The third piece of information that'll go to CDA will be feedback from us. You guys as a member district and the BOCES will also be able to provide information to the Department of Ed. The special ed unit at CDE then takes all that information, reviews it, and makes a decision by November of 2025.
Do you know what time frame that feedback is expected from the school district?
Feedback directly from the school district to inform the application from the BOCES. I would say we would probably put that out there for 30 days.
30 days from which date? July or
So the application is due on September 1. The application is due on September 1.
So 30 days prior to
Yes.
September. So in the month of August, we have a second month superintendent with zero history. They're going to ask us for an opinion. So we may want to do some in advance work to record some of that through Mr. Cordray's experience. In alignment with those folks that he's been working with before we're at a table with no voice that does not have experience yet, just in advance of thoughtful process. So can you kind of take a note of that, Rachel, since you're gonna be probably sitting in that seat pretty strongly. Thank you.
Yep, I really appreciate that reminder. And we have more than one member district with superintendent turnover coming. So I do really appreciate that, and I'll reach out to those board members and those superintendents like tomorrow to talk
You want
about that.
relevant
Thank you.
feedback, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
and that's not gonna do you much.
Yeah, thank you so much for that little reminder. The time frame, just as a summary, is that the Colorado Department of Ed reviews that, and if they do make a decision to approve the application, nothing would change until July 1 of 2026. So the applications are due in the fall, the decisions are made in the late fall. There is an opportunity for appeal that could take us into January. But anything that's decided for a change goes into effect on July 1 of the next fiscal year, school year. So that's just a reminder about the process. I also just wanted to let you guys know, I think that Rachel shared, we have completed just about, we have not yet approved, but we are 95% completed with our very first San Juan BOCES strategic plan. I actually used the Mancos strategic plan as one of my models. I really, really loved the student focus. I loved the way that it felt very community facing. And I loved the accountability. So those were three things I really enjoyed about the Mancos School District Plan. These are our 5 areas of focus. And I think what you'll see here that I want to highlight is just a really strong focus on community, not awareness, but community understanding. Really focusing on providing the community with a deeper understanding of what the BOCES is, how we're funded, how we're governed, why we exist, so that we can have shared expectations for high accountability. I think you'll also see that theme in our high accountability of our staff, really beefing up our entire evaluation process. And when I say evaluation, I don't mean from just like the Randa piece. I mean from the moment we post a job all the way through to an exit interview. And we're looking at bringing in a more formalized mentoring program. So really excited to explore those things with our leadership staff. That is probably the key things right now. And I just want to say that like I really feel like things, services in Mancos with the BOCES as a team are really strong. Strong relationships, we have strong structures, we have strong systems, collaborative teamwork. Mancos is a place where our BOCES providers want to work. They're excited when they're like, we're itinerant. So very, very few of our staff work in one district. And folks love working in Mancos. And I had the opportunity to be here from the beginning of the staff meeting. And I feel that that sense of connection is present, and our BOCES staff who work here feel connected and included by the Mancos teams and the Mancos staff. So I do really just want you to know that from the BOCES perspective. There will be some turnover in our staff next year, as there is turnover everywhere. But I think a lot of our direct service providers will be the same. And I just feel like there's a lot of learning plans for us to happen together next year. And I think there's just a lot of good stuff to come.
Thank you.
So that's it for me. Any other questions?
Yes.
Dick?
Can we pause just real quickly? It's 8 o'clock.
I know,
so-
you did have her on to
Oh,
speak, so
I
I was
did.
gonna have Liv go next.
Okay, are you okay to stay for a few more minutes? Me dress, okay. Thank you. I was like, ooh,
Thanks.
Yeah.
It's been a long meeting.
it has,
Yes,
so,
thank you.
yes, thank you.
Was,
Yeah,
I'm familiar with BOCES.
Absolutely.
My history. So I want to ask these questions from the perspective of the global. Don't want to really go down deep.
yeah,
But know that for me, I'm really wanting to understand that if Cortez leaves, what the potential,
Yeah.
how that's gonna affect us, and I'd like to know that sooner than later, so that we can prepare financially and make some decisions from a board perspective with whoever the next superintendent is around, how we're going to, face that challenge.
Yeah.
You understand? So I know you can't give us numbers now, but we really need some sort of foundation around, let's say they leave. What's left of the BOCES and what will the cost generally be for us? That's one thing I want you to just be aware that that's on our minds.
Absolutely.
Particularly, we shouldn't have to hear that right when they did decisions made. We'd like to know just in general beforehand what that would look like. So we have more broader discussion financially as well as service wise.
And do you get the third party report the Cortez put together?
When it's turned in, yes. And actually, this is a question that we have currently out to the Department of Education. On March 13th, the State Board of Education voted to change the rules in the Exceptional Children's Education Act around the process and the dates and the requirements for an application to reorganize the BOCES. And those changes did require that the third party report be much more comprehensive and that it be submitted before the application deadline. So that basically for exactly what you're talking about, Vic, so that the BOCES and the other member districts would have access to an independent third party analysis of fiscal and service-based impact, which previously had not been a requirement. But it was, to my knowledge, I believe it is the reason that Cortez withdrew their application in September of 2024. Because the superintendent said, we really need to have that information. So they're actually already working on it. I've been in touch with the company, and provided them with fiscal information about the BOCES.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like many districts in this region and in the state and in the country, one of the major challenges that we face really deals with emotional and behavioral students. And Mancos is no different. It's a major challenge for us. Can you just in brief tell us, just in brief, what the highest level of service BOCES provides around behavior for students that have emotional and behavior that have been identified, and what's the lowest that is provided from a BOCES perspective?
Well, your question really highlights an important issue, which is that there is no standalone BOCES. So the BOCES isn't an independent organization that provides services. We function as your special education administrative unit. So by law, every special education administrative unit is required to offer the full continuum of services to all students. So that's everything from a classroom-based intervention all the way up to a facility school, should that be what's required. And that's done in partnership, and every operating agreement defines exactly how the shared fiscal impact of all of those services are going to take place. So that's my short answer, and I know it's non-specific, but that's because they are individualized education programs for a reason.
Okay.
And Royce, would you speak to, if you're able to at this time, speak to the partnership we have around RBT?
Absolutely. That was a really exciting project that we partnered with just 2 school districts and 2 individual staff members this fall, which is the opportunity to really, in a targeted and focused way, provide training, supervision, and coaching to a paraprofessional to really enhance and grow their expertise and skills around intervening with students with behavioral needs. And that's provided by Jody Rodas, who is an employee of the BOCES, who's a board certified behavior analyst, as well as a licensed speech therapist. She's one of our special education coordinators. And so we did that by Jody created a whole list of training opportunities. She meets with the paraprofessionals regularly. She has assignments for them to try. They do online learning, and as a result, we did a shared stipend. So Mancos School District paid half the stipend and the BOCES paid the other half. And we have a whole level 2 ready to go for next year.
So through that process, one of our paras is getting a lot of extra training, support, moving her way to certification so we could better serve our kids with behavioral needs. It's a really great program. And you've made it affordable through the process.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Anything else?
Any questions that anybody has?
One of the things I'd like to look up was one of the places where I had confusion in the past was all the non-ESS services. I was always, so when the financial pressure was getting hot for us, I was always thinking, well, can BOCES just cut those non-essential ESS services? And it wasn't until later that I realized we were receiving those really at no cost to the district because you were meeting those needs through grants.
Yeah, absolutely. So those other programs that I talked about, SWAP, the School to Work Alliance program, Beta, which is you guys also have an EARS grant, but I think you guys know Tori, who does really intensive clinical case management work. The services through the School Counselor Corps grant, the training that we offer through Shelley Landgraf and the BOCES Association for HR managers and finance managers that Cherie has been organizing. Those are all completely self-sufficient. So there's no dipping into anything special education to fund any of that. And actually, conversely, like part of my salary is paid out of the Southwest Colorado E-School budget. And part of our finance director's salary is paid out of the SWAP budget. So there's a lot, we fund, a variety of things. That's that indirect cost also that we can use to lift our admin team through those grants. Yeah, and those don't have anything to do with special education, but they're available to you because you're a member of the BOCES. There are actually BOCES in Colorado that don't do special ed. All they do is professional learning.
I think one of the ways we're similar is your entity in Mancos School District has found reliable, consistent funding through grants and being consistent in our processes there. And it's really helped our kids and our students.
Yeah, I think so too. We're really proud of the work we've done. We have a lot of great data to show. So yeah, it's been good.
There's always risk through grants too. I'm gonna point that out because Mr. Hunter's not here. But I also know and agree with that, but I think with as much due diligence as we do to track them and then show the results, what I'm starting to understand through our MTSS presentation earlier today is that when you do that well with the right amount of fidelity, your likelihood of potentially continuing grants is there. I know that those climates change, but by the time you're able to evidence that you've done this work with this result, right? The need presents itself back to the district, and I think it will show up in our strat plan, not just because we're hearing it, but it will start to show up in our strategic plan that whether it be test scores or, again, I'm going back to MTSS, what we saw today, that speaks highly to what works. And you're not just plugging in grant dollars. You're looking at data, right? You mentioned the HR consultant. The HR consultancy work has helped us tremendously without an HR person. Chrissy, can you attest? Correct? Is that service?
Oh, Shelly. Shelly's amazing, isn't she? Yeah.
That's the service we're using, right?
Well, Chrissy, she's gonna be helping me next year. Yeah.
She's wonderful.
Okay, so Caroline is another HR person who we've
Which
engaged.
we learned through those.
Oh, yes. Carolyn Lawrence, who does the Title IX consulting work. That was a resource that we provided at first to the districts to do the scan at no charge, and then she offers a discounted rate to the member districts.
Okay, so I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
So when we engage with that person, it costs the district money.
Yes, we have.
It's
her on
not
the
free.
retainer.
But when we engage with the advisor who's on BOCES
Yes.
staff, that's through the BOCES.
Shelley Langreth is a resource available for free to any district who's a member of a BOCES. She's actually paid through the Colorado BOCES Association at the state level.
Have you used her?
Oh, we have her on speed dial.
Oh,
I bet. Okay,
Lately, we've needed her very much and she has been a wonderful
right.
resource.
And I think that we will see the cost of those grievance investigations show up on our financials here very shortly, and they're not gonna be $20.
No.
Yeah, so I wanna keep that in mind as we're talking publicly about all of this that came to light this evening. We're several $1,000s in.
I would think, I mean, I don't know yet, but $100 an hour, that's all I know. So we'll see what
$100 an hour.
she put in
Okay.
on top of the retainer fee.
Okay, and I wanna point out, because it is my duty to do so, that is money coming directly out of our budget that we're struggling trying to make work. Okay? So it's to kind of back to that point that you all are spending your time, we are spending our resources. Thank goodness we do have that tie, because I don't think we've always had that.
No, we met her or got connected with her in August of last year when we went to Ignacio for that little retreat.
Oh, the learning from the two districts?
Yes, and she's phenomenal.
Okay.
And she's been doing it for I don't know how many years. I mean, she's just a wealth of resources.
And she's an outside party, she's not within the school walls, and Tiffany Aspermoney serves as an HR liaison, correct?
Right.
She is not our director of HR, she's like a
No.
liaison, she leans heavily on that service as well.
Yeah.
And I think you and Tiffany kind of share in that.
We do, and she's been providing us a boot camp that we go
Oh,
through. I
that's
mean,
great.
she's just been amazing.
Okay,
And
well,
that will continue, Chrissy,
Good,
even though
good.
Sheree is retiring.
Yes, I heard.
And
That's
I'm not
fine.
refilling her position, so I'll be on all those calls with you, learning
Oh,
myself
That's
next
just been
year.
very helpful.
okay, so you'll replace that position.
Well, I'm the director, I'll just absorb that position. I'll absorb Sheree's position. That's one of the things. So I think that, like, just, we're all in it together, right? So we, at the same time that budgeting is flat to decreasing across Colorado for public education, we also realized that we had not raised our salaries at San Juan BOCES in 10 years. So we did just approve our first salary increase in 10 years, which is phenomenal and worth an enormous amount of celebrating. And it does require that we be very thoughtful and very careful with our budget moving forward.
Yeah.
So that's one of the positions that we, after some analysis in our administrative team, decided that we were going to redistribute our human resources director duties among our administrative cabinet. Myself, the director of finance, our special ed director, and our administrative assistant.
And other things that we shared with you, so the salary schedule, and that was approved by the board with the caveat that it will not increase the member district.
Right, fees going up.
And so this is one of the savings. There's been several that Royce's team has had to do, but that has been part of it to get that salary schedule mostly in the mastered level to where it needs to be.
It looks like ours was down by a little bit.
What's that?
Minkus is actually went down by like $1,200, $1,500.
Right, so we just did that has to do with, we have in policy that local assessments are calculated in this way. That the administrative costs are shared at 30% flat rate. So if you're Silverton with 72 kids or you're Archuleta County with 1,600 kids, you pay the same amount of 30% of the administrative budget. The rest of admin is shared at a proportionate rate. And then all of the supplemental money that we use to support primarily preschool special ed services and K-12 special ed services, that's all done proportionately. And just based on October 1 count data from this fall, Minkus's proportionate share into the BOCES decreased by a tiny, tiny bit. And so that's what caused that small decrease in anticipated local assessment for next year.
Okay.
And that was all just shared with all superintendents on Sunday night.
And then the other piece we spoke about during our work session was MTSS. We got an MTSS update. And that was wholly made possible through the partnership with BOCES. And really, it was your predecessor and Brandy Durr who, you know, when I asked to speak with them, sat me down and really educated me on the value of MTSS so that we could align our services for kids at the elementary and the secondary.
Yeah, it's just been phenomenal to see that work take shape in places like Minkus. We've been the recipient of the Colorado MTSS grant for the last probably 6 to 7 years, maybe more. We were really the first BOCES in Colorado to receive it, and have just really used it as an avenue to support local districts in really living and breathing MTSS. And that's really all Brandy. She lives it and breathes it. So.
Do we have any other questions or?
Well, thanks for letting me take so much time. I didn't
Thanks
mean
for
to
waiting.
with such a
No,
big
but
thing
thanks for waiting
tonight, but I do really appreciate it. And you guys know you can contact any of us through Rachel or directly at any time. So
Thank you
so much.
Much appreciated.
Madam President, may we please have the prom update?
Yes,
next?
ma'am.
Cool.
Let's do it. So, Ms. Jukes, I know that the entire junior class is responsible for prom, right? Is it still that way that the juniors do prom?
Yeah.
Okay, but you were a leader on a committee that did more work, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
I'm trying to clarify why we're asking you specifically to speak about prom, because I know that you're a big part of that. So
Yeah.
give us a little bit, you know, of an overview or some insight, like for instance, Craig's children did not go to prom, I don't think. So not all of us know, like the theme and what happened and how it went. So give us a little bit of your prom report, if you would, please, because I'm very excited about it.
So pretty much our class, we honestly started the planning process before winter break. It was when we all decided on the theme of prom, which we decided would be red carpet.
Nice.
So that was pretty fun. And then after winter break, sometime like a few weeks after, I finally said, okay, the people that actually want to help out with the prom, you're gonna come with me, work in this classroom during advisory on Thursdays to get everything planned. Everyone else, go to the other class, have your own time. So our whole prom planning committee, they did a lot. They were so helpful, mainly like, cause our 4 class officers are me as the president, Remy Dillon as the vice president, Lexi Lyons as the secretary, and Brooke DeBoer as our treasurer. So we were all kind of in charge of how everything went and all the planning. It was a whole production, putting it all together, honestly. And it was honestly kind of a week-long event the week of, like leading up to prom. We had school spirit days for everyone, for the high schoolers to dress up and have fun. We had camo day, jersey day, slumber party versus tea party, and then dress as your type. Then on April 8th, on that Tuesday, we had a prom pep assembly, which a lot of the staff participated in. We had Mr. Hughes, Mr. White, Miss Short, Mr. Custer, and Mr. Witt. They were all kind of there as the people to be pied in the face as for the reward.
They raised their hand for that?
We emailed them. Mr. White didn't get much of an option because a lot of the people planning are in his class, and they're like, no, don't ask him, just tell him he's doing it.
That's awesome.
And Alice nominated Mr. Hughes to do it pretty much. So
It's great.
we had a bunch of different events. We had like tug of war, musical chairs, arm wrestling, and a whole relay, which Mr. Hughes suggested we put together a teacher's team for. So like each leg of the relay was something completely ridiculous and fun. There was a 3-legged race, then a bag race, and then a backwards skipping race, and a barefoot race.
Wow.
Teachers team, like special shout out to them. Took me forever to find people, but we had Miss Janet and Miss Destry, then we had Mr. Witt, and then we had Miss Gina, and then Mr. Kruger. I wasn't really able to be there for most of it because I had an appointment I forgot about. So Brooke and Remy basically ran the whole thing. And then, so that Friday, people, like a few people in the junior class, including Miss Shorts, our class representative, like we helped like we set up the Opera House, which is where prom took place. We set that up on the 11th. Takedown was on the 13th. And prom was on April 12th at the Opera House. We also had the Grand March taking place in front of the high school out here, like in the bus loop. Miss Farrar, along with my mom Tressa, helped to announce everybody, like the participants, royalty, and then king and queen. There was, if I counted correctly, 22 like either pairs or groups participating like as a whole, including royalty.
Wow.
So it was a pretty good turnout. The prom royalty for the boys, there was Chauncey Aspermani, Colby Lewis, Seth Oakes, and Spencer S. Shalier. And for the girls, there was Adeline Kearns, Peyton Garcia, Randy Lewis, and Tegan Archer. And king and queen, after having the vote left out for about a week for people to vote on king and queen, it ended up being Spencer S. Shalier and Tegan Archer. So it was pretty successful prom altogether. And honestly, just a huge thanks to everybody that helped out, because that it was a whole production. The junior class prom planning committee, Miss Shorts and Miss Slough. Like Miss Shorts is our class representative, Miss Slough has kind of stepped in as another class representative. Like, and then Miss Tiffany, Miss Farrar, Heather, and Destry, they all helped me out with a lot of stuff for it. And Alice and Mr. Hughes. And then we also had Mr. Horton, Mr. Witt, and Miss Brewer as chaperones. So that was really big help as well. And then Philip Walters, who owns the Opera House. He let us use it, no cost to us. It was very nice. He helped us out wherever he could. He was always there. It was really nice. And then we had Ryan Matthews as our DJ. He substitutes here every so often. And then, yeah, it was pretty successful prom, I think, and I'm definitely making a binder to help future junior classes figure it out, because that was whole thing. So
Good work, very good work, and many things I think went into it. It sounds like it was a really fun time. I especially think it's pretty cool that we have an opera house. I was just visiting a friend in Louisiana and mentioned opera house, and she said, wait, you have an opera house? And I was like, do we ever have an opera house, right? But the fact that you guys could have prom there was pretty cool, and big thanks to Mr. Walters and his wife, not only for allowing the use of it at no cost, but just for bringing it back to life, right? Beautiful. I would love to see some kind of little blurb up with a picture or two that we have permission to post on the either social or web. As a parent of a freshman who didn't tell me half of that information, it would be fun to see a picture or two, or to see the outcome of the event. Because I know you guys all work really hard and the kids have fun, so.
yeah, I didn't get too many pictures of the actual place when it was set up. We got a few of the photo booth that fell down in like a matter of 10 minutes, but.
You try. We'll put a little blurb or something in the Mancos Matters or newsletter or something, okay? Good work, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. You can go home now, and thank you for staying late. I appreciate that. Okay, are we ready with Magellan Strategies? Is Ryan available?
Yes.
So Ryan Winger with Magellan Strategies is going to present us a bit of information in regard to the survey, the outcome of the survey. If you all remember correctly on our timeline for in relation to the bond and or mill at the time, this was the board meeting that we were to make a decision as to whether or not we were going to actually decide to move forward with putting a measure on the ballot. So this will help us in discussion and then help us make that decision.
And we may want to hold off on that.
Because of Mr. Hunter?
Well, not just for that, but for, once the board officially makes a motion to go for a ballot measure, it limits the school district.
Oh, that's true.
So this really just informs us.
Absolutely, and we do want to have Mr. Hunter at the table.
Yes.
I like to have.
So we have plenty of time.
So
What is the timing? Do we have to have
When's
it by
August or
August,
no?
by July, what is it?
It's July, August.
July,
It's summer.
okay, so let's just shoot for July just to make sure that we get it though.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe even June.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
We just need to make sure it doesn't get lost in the transition between leadership and.
Right, which is why
all
I'm
of that.
asking for a date.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know there's a whole process with the county and. Okay, so, Mr. Winger, will you please give us your presentation?
Sure, yeah. Two quick questions. First, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. And then can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. We're 2 for 2 so far. So let's get into it. Here we have, just for those who aren't familiar with how the survey was conducted, you can see on the left side of the screen there an example of a text message that went out to a sample of voters within the district. And we completed 227 interviews within, again, registered voters within the school district over the period from April 1st to the 15th. So that gives us a margin of error in the survey results of 6.28%. The demographic subgroups, as you drill in smaller, will have a higher margin of error, obviously. But also important to know that this data is weighted to represent what we expect turnout to look like for an odd year election, and we'll get to that in a couple slides. But first, just for anyone, for the benefit of those who are curious about the objective of the survey, primarily our number one goal was to measure voter support for a potential ballot measure that would ask voters to approve a 10 mil property tax increase. And again, I think we talked about before, we always include the phrase property tax increase just for those folks who aren't quite familiar with what a mill is or means. And we also wanted to set just some benchmark measurements in terms of the district's image and job approval, whether the district is fiscally responsible and whether the district has sufficient resources and whether the district is moving in the right direction. So again, before we get into it, just for the benefit of the board and those who are viewing the presentation, we wanted to include a turnout report. Basically, any kind of practical consideration when determining whether to go forward with any kind of ballot measure it's important to look at turnout, right? So even though there's over 3,300 registered voters within the district, you see that in an odd year election, only about 1,400 of them vote. And that's compared to last year where 2,400 voted. So a drop of about 1,000 voters when you compare a presidential year to an odd year. And really what that means is that turnout is significantly older. Really the important part here is the middle part where we're looking at the age groups, where in terms of registration, it's just under half of registered voters are over the age of 55. But in a typical odd year election, that turnout is going to be roughly 2/3 of voters are going to be over the age of 55. And this is just an important consideration anytime we're working with a property tax increase or potential property tax increase, because those voters are more likely to be on fixed incomes. And so it's just a little bit more of a consideration for them. So that being said, let's get right into it. The first question we asked is, just basically, do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of Mancos School District? And 82% of respondents said favorable opinion, only 7% with an unfavorable opinion, 11% no opinion. Obviously, those are far more likely to be non-parents, as you see on the right side of the screen there. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on the demographic subgroups there on the right side of the screen, but they are there for your benefit in terms of looking at each of these subgroups and how they view each question. But this 82%, to be quite honest with you, rarely do we see. This is a question we ask in every single school district survey we do around the state of Colorado, and rarely do we see it over 80%. It's a very strong measurement, including 37% who said a very favorable opinion. Next question is obviously similar, but phrased and from a slightly different angle. Do you approve or disapprove of the job Mancos School District is doing educating students? 3 out of 4 approve of the job the district is doing, 11% disapprove, 13% no opinion. Obviously, again, those no opinion are more likely to be non-parents. But this, again, is a super strong measurement where 3 out of 4 approve of the job the district is doing, educating students, which is obviously viewed by most, if not all, voters as the core function of the school district. Do you think Mancos School District is headed in the right direction, or do you think it is heading in the wrong direction? Again, 2/3 total say right direction, 20% definitely, 47% probably right direction, 22%, so just under a quarter, say wrong direction, 11% no opinion. But on a question like this, especially, we don't just want to leave it there. We want to ask a follow-up. Why do you think the district is headed in the right direction or the wrong direction? And for those 2/3 of respondents that think the district's headed in the direction, these are the four core themes that they mention. They mention appreciation for project-based and hands-on learning, keeping students engaged with different ways of learning, and they really have a value for that. Dedicated, caring teachers and leadership. So a lot of it comes down to obviously personal experience that they have with those who are working directly in the schools. Also an appreciation of broad academic and career and technical opportunities that the district offers. And then just the idea that the district itself is supportive, inclusive, focused on the whole child. These sorts of respondents appreciate about the district and why they believe it's headed in the right direction. For the 22% or over just over 1 in 5 who think the district is headed in the wrong direction, here are the four themes: the erosion of academic quality. So actually kind of, the flip side of the folks that appreciate the based learning approach. Some folks, it's 22%, cite that there's too much project-based or computer work. Graduates may be underprepared for college or skilled trades. At the same time, they reference staffing issues, leadership and governance, and things like student behavior and discipline, culture war issues. These are the kinds of things that lead the 22% to believe the district is headed in the wrong direction. Another obviously very important question when we're talking about a potential ballot measure is, do you think the school district, that should say has, my apologies, has the financial resources needed to provide students with a good education? 36% say yes, the district does have the resources. 45% say no, 19% no opinion. And this again, I'm comparing this in my mind to some other districts that we've done here in the last couple months. This 36% is certainly on the low end. We have had districts or certainly other local government clients where that number is up over 60%, where they believe the district has the resources needed to provide students with a good education. And anytime you're thinking about a potential ballot measure, that's obviously a concern if they think that just based on the status quo that you have enough resources. And so to have the 45% saying, no, I don't believe the district has the resources needed, it's at least an interesting thing to note, and a perception that, hey, there may be something that the district needs or something that can be done to provide those resources. Do you agree or disagree that the district is fiscally responsible and spends taxpayer money appropriately? This is also much higher than we typically see. Usually this is in the 50s. And so to be at 73% agreeing with that statement, 11% disagreeing, and 16% not having an opinion is a very, very strong measurement. We also just wanted to kind of take a step back before we jump into the specifics of the ballot measure and ask the respondents to indicate the importance of the following attributes in developing great schools. And you'll see here, really everything we're asking about is over 80% who say it's at least somewhat important. But what we want to get a sense of is, what do they prioritize? What's most important to them? And so there's really two different numbers here. One is the overall ranking, somewhat or very important, but also the very important number by itself. And when you look at very important number by itself, attracting and retaining high quality teachers, a safe and secure learning environment. Those are the two that rank the highest in terms of being very important for respondents. You see the other things up here that are near the top: excellent teacher-parent communication, teaching basic subjects, teaching civics, government, and community involvement, which was an interesting one that you all added that we don't typically ask, but interesting to see that very high there as well in terms of what people value or what they think makes great schools. Then you see there at the bottom, things like CTE and work-based learning opportunities. And then the second half of the list here is really, again, it's not that any of this stuff is not important. It's just slightly, less prioritized than what was on the previous slide. And the only thing I'll point out on this slide is that really the quote unquote bottom two, where you talk about a modern building equipped with state-of-the-art technology and offering competitive individual and team sports and athletics, they're over 80%. Those are in every single survey we do where we ask this question, those are the bottom two. And so really, again, it's just trying to help you get a sense of what do folks prioritize when they think of great schools? What are the things that they believe contribute to great schools? Now we wanted to get in again into the specifics of a 10 mil property tax increase, but also letting the respondents know that before we proceed, you need to know the district has not made any decisions, and your participation in this survey will help to make those decisions. And so the district is considering the following ballot measure this November. Please read the language and tell us how you would vote. Here's the language that was shown. Obviously, what we're trying to do is we're trying to mirror what is ultimately going to potentially end up on the ballot in November. That's why we have the language, again, that if you understand what ballot language looks like, it's going to look very similar to this, even though there may be some, slightly different specifics when it's all said and done. But we're mentioning what the rate is, the 10 mils, be taxes increased by $600,000, and then we have the purposes there for increasing the salaries of the staff, include the 3 bullet points there. Knowing all that information, how would they vote? 68% would vote yes and approve that ballot measure, including 50% who would definitely vote yes. 23% would vote no, and then you see the 9% undecided. So this is a very strong place to start. In any pre-election polling, we are usually looking for 60% support as kind of a baseline, with the understanding that, one, you have to account for the margin of error, but also just account for things that are beyond your control, general economic downturns, things like, don't just want to look for, okay, 50% plus 1, and that's something we can hang our hat on. Like I said, we're looking for 60%, and you all clear that bar pretty easily here at 68%. We're also going to provide them with some information about why the district is considering this ballot measure. After reading each piece of information, please tell us if you're more likely to vote yes or more likely to vote no. And the piece of information that is most likely to move the respondents to vote yes is simply introducing the idea that the district has been good stewards of taxpayer money, increasing fund balances over the past 4 years, and raising teacher salaries even without a tax increase. And then also pointing out that the district does not have a tax increase for salaries like Cortez, Dolores, and Durango. And after hearing that statement or those facts, 72% are more likely to vote yes and approve. We also wanted to introduce the idea, again, just mentioning a little bit of other districts there in Southwest Colorado in terms of the starting teacher salary, and explaining that the overall override mill rate for Mancos is significantly lower than many other districts in the region, which impacts their ability to increase that starting salary. So again, we're holding up Mancos next to these other districts there in the chart and showing that Mancos is second from the bottom in terms of the starting salary, and 2 out of 3 voters, after learning that, are more likely to vote yes and approve. Also, the idea that if a 10 mil property tax increase is approved by voters, while district staff would receive a raise, they would still be below Montezuma Cortez RE1 and significantly below Durango 9R. So again, just this idea that it's important to continue to try to attract and retain high quality teachers, and this is one way to do it. And what's interesting is what tested the worst, I guess you could say, of all of the pieces of information was just simply the idea that the 10 mil property tax increase would cost a homeowner $2,370 a month for a home valued at $400,000. So this is kind of an interesting dynamic. What we sometimes see is that it's very helpful to have the dollar amount that it would cost the average homeowner, because they don't know what 10 mils is. The average person doesn't really have a way to get a grasp on what that means. And so it is important to have the dollar amount out there. But what's interesting here is that it puts a number on, okay, helps them determine exactly what it would cost them personally. And for some folks, that 36%, it actually makes them more likely to vote no and reject the ballot measure. So the way I read this is it doesn't mean that, you know, we shouldn't be talking about the cost for homeowners. It just means that it makes some folks a little more, there's a little bit more heightened awareness. And if they calculate and figure out that number for their own personal financial situation, they may decide that, well, I was inclined to vote yes before, but I can't really swing that amount. So just something to take from an interesting note from this question, whereas the three previous ones where we're talking about the district's ability to raise salaries even without a tax increase, but then on these two slides comparing to the other districts in southwestern Colorado, those are more likely to move respondents to support the ballot measure. So we call this the informed, this next question, the informed property tax increase ballot test, simply because now they've read that information and how would they vote. And what's interesting, and again, we showed them the exact same language. What's interesting is we're now at 66% voting yes and approving, 24 no and reject, 10% undecided. So I think this just really speaks to, I mean, one thing, we're well within the margin of error here, but also just like I just mentioned, for some folks, once they understand what the cost is to them personally, that they may not have understood before, it just makes them slightly less likely to support the ballot measure. But we are still, again, over that 60% threshold, including 43% who would definitely vote yes. So this
Was
is
that slightly less, 2%?
Yeah.
yes, exactly. So it was at 68% before,
Okay.
including I think it was here. I'll just back up real quick.
No, it's okay. Okay.
Including 50% who would definitely vote yes. So again, just like introducing the cost, it just it causes not a ton of folks, but just some folks to have slightly more pause in terms of voting yes, even though we still are at 2/3 in support and just under 1/4 who would vote no and reject. Again, we wanted to get some more qualitative data here in terms of why the 66% would vote yes. They think it's very important to attract and keep quality teachers. Not surprising there. That's the core, that's the sole focus of the ballot language, which is something that a lot of folks really appreciate. Sometimes we will, you know, do a project like this and it's not just teacher salaries, there's other things involved. And so it just makes it easier for people to nitpick and say, I don't like that, I don't like that. The single subject, I think, works great. They think it's an important vote for the community's future. They want to match those neighboring districts. No one likes to be lagging behind neighboring districts, obviously. And also, like I mentioned, the proposal is narrowly targeted, and a lot of folks appreciate that. Of the 24% who would vote no, and this is not at all surprising anytime we're talking about a potential tax increase. Oftentimes it has nothing to do necessarily with the specifics of the ask. It's just simply that the tax burden is already too high. And in this case, they disagree that it falls, that they don't believe it should fall mainly on property owners. Now, for, you know, we do a lot of work for other local governments, special districts, counties, municipalities, etc. Obviously, they have the potential to ask for a sales tax increase. You all don't, but the average voter may not necessarily understand that. So they want you to explore other options. And that's really what this last bullet point is just in terms of reallocating marijuana money, state taxes, shifting some cost to sales taxes. These are the kind of, like, these 24% of voters, a lot of them just want you to show that you've exhausted all potential options before considering a property tax increase. For some folks, there's also just a general lack of trust in the district's stewardship and transparency. So they want some more detailed information before they can get to yes. And then there's a smaller group as well that just believes that money is not the answer and that there are other underlying problems ahead or underneath what they view as, you know, and this is a lot of folks obviously that probably there's some overlap with viewing the district on the wrong track. So they want to see some better outcomes before additional money is given to the district. We also, for those who were either a no vote or undecided on a 10 mil increase, very often we do this. You know, we're going to ask, okay, how about an 8 mil increase instead of a 10 mil increase? What's interesting here is that clearly the number itself is not what's driving opposition. Only 1% would vote yes on an 8 mil, who would vote no on a 10 mil. So the vast majority of them would still vote no. It's not the number that's driving them to vote no. It's the fact that they either already think taxes are too high, or there's some other reason in their mind why they would not vote yes. And the other kind of interesting wrinkle that we wanted to throw in there, just to see if it made a big difference, is this impact of the town of Mancos sales tax for roads and infrastructure. And the big top line takeaway here is that 2/3 of your voters don't live within the town of Mancos, and so they won't even have the ability to vote on that tax increase. But that being said, the percentage who said they vote yes on both, that 15%, is double the 7% who say they would vote no on both. There is a much larger group who'd say yes, they would vote yes on a sales tax at 6%. Only 1% would vote no on the sales tax, yes on the property tax. But that, again, that's very typical. And what we're seeing in a lot of communities across the state now is that sales taxes are preferred to property taxes just because of rising assessments and just I guess it's more of it's a fairness. Folks view that they have the ability to kind of control what they spend in terms of their sales taxes, where they view property taxes as something that's entirely beyond their control. But again, the big takeaway here is that 2/3 of voters won't be evaluating these two questions against each other should a question from the school district appear on the ballot, because this question from the town will not actually be on their ballot. Then we just ask for final thoughts or opinions to share. These are really the core themes, the 3 core themes. Many reiterated that they really want these competitive salaries and that they're crucial. Some also just want greater transparency and wiser spending choices, and some want better community communication and responsiveness. I will say that anytime we ask this final thoughts question, which is not required, it is typically those folks who are concerned or coming from a little bit more critical standpoint who are more likely to contribute their thoughts here, which is great. I mean, those are the folks that we're really seeking to understand. And in terms of trying to win over some of those folks who are skeptical at this point, these are the things they want to see. They want to see, they want to see frequent updates. They want to see transparency in terms of how decisions are made. And they want to just make sure that they can get clear breakdowns of where the money's going. And then we just have the survey demographics here. You see there we're at 30% who are parents or guardians of student in the school district, 70% who are not. We're asked for the grade of their youngest student. Obviously, those with younger students have more of a longevity in the school district ahead of them. So not surprising, elementary is the largest group there. And 84% of these are attending their neighborhood public school. And I will just say, I know we had a follow-up question for these folks, the 6%, the 2%, and the 8%. And I had a little note about those in the top line document that I sent. But basically, there's just for this small group of people whose kids do not attend a neighborhood public school, it's just they mention things like it doesn't work as well for their family. Like, for example, there was a family that works in Shiprock, and so it makes sense for their kids to attend school there. Or they just had a personal experience and decided a different school was better for their child. Some had one child in the district, one child not in the district. So just things like that. It's a very small number of people, but we did ask them to follow up in terms of, okay, why do you make the choice that you do? So that it just interesting to point that out. And then things like gender, party affiliation, age. Again, where possible, these are weighted to reflect what we anticipate turnout to look like this November. Race and ethnicity, whether they're employed by the school district, 4-year college degree, income. We have a pretty good split of income across the district. And with that, I know I went through those relatively quickly, but happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
That was a lot. That was a lot, yeah. It's a lot, but just if I can make a statement, it was shockingly very positive. I was surprised at how positive it was. I was hopeful it would be positive. And it's a lot of data. I would suggest that we revisit this again in, maybe in June, prior to our need to make a decision. And I suggest that we do that publicly, because I don't think that it's a mistake to bring this back to the public. I also would suggest that we make this available to everyone. I saw Mr. Law taking pictures and I'm like, it's okay, I think we're gonna be able to make this available. But I don't know if there's a conflict of interest in doing that.
No, I think we're fine.
Like if the
Cause we
school,
haven't yet said we're going for a mill levy override. This is just honest
Informational.
information. Yeah, from an unbiased third source.
so then we just need to have your recommendation on how we share that. Like, is it just the web? Do we put it in a link in the Make Us Matters? Do we, right? Like,
Yeah.
But I think we should get it out there. I mean, those are just my couple of observations and I would love to hear. I don't know if we have questions, because how do you question that much information?
I just wanted to say that, I wish we had this information when we were doing this back in 2007. But nevertheless, I'm not sharing this with anybody. This is my own personal interest, because of my past history with you guys. With the school.
Yeah,
If you share it, that's great, but it's for me to think about the school.
sure, no. So Todd, will you guide us on
Yeah,
what to do with that?
so if if as long as the board's comfortable, it can be in Mangus Matters Wednesday, and then it'll be a news feature on the website as well.
Are you guys comfortable with that? Do you have any other suggestions of what to do with it?
I think we should just share it with, the committee, and that way they could use it.
Oh, the committee that's to be formed? you
Yes.
mean? I don't know, we already.
We have a point person already, which was Mr. Levine. So I
that's
believe
right.
that we need to share that with him. And then I think his committee needs to be the ones who decide what to do with.
I was gonna say, he needs to
Yeah.
formalize his committee, right?
Yeah.
'Cause I don't know that that's
But I
done.
definitely think that we need to look at the date, sooner than later and possibly put this on the May agenda. And then maybe not wait till June, because we do need to decide, since everything looks fairly favorable, if we do go ahead with this, we need to get it on there and make sure that it is on there, because I know that there are things that get weird with the county. So, I would like an update in May and possibly have that on our agenda to vote for it by the May meeting. That way we make sure that we do not miss that deadline.
You guys go with that?
I'm fine, yeah.
Okay, so we'll
I
work
do
towards
have
May.
one question, if I may, for you guys. Is this going to be repeated, a survey repeated, say 2 months from now?
No, unfortunately, the cost of the survey to the district was pretty,
Right.
it's pretty up there, so I don't think it would be fiscally responsible for us to do it, as much as I'd love to have the data, but,
It's okay.
but, yeah, I mean, I appreciate the fact that, one, that we were even able to do it.
Mhm.
And I think it does give us a lot of information that we were just guessing, we were like, let's see what happens.
And we know where people are, we know, positives and negatives, and we know where we need to work on for, some of the negatives, and maybe it is a communication thing, and maybe it is that we need to dig deeper on some things. So I like both of that.
I would also clarify that it would behoove us, I believe, to have Mr. Cordray involved in not crossing the finish line, but crossing that next major step prior to the next, because someone's gonna pick this ball up, right? And at the 2-yard line or 5-yard line or whatever you wanna say, and hopefully help us carry it across the finish line. So to your point, Rachel, about May, it might be worthwhile to do that.
Yeah, I think we need to do it sooner.
Yeah, I would just add a few things. One, historically, Mancus has supported their school in this whole district. So it's nice to see it just again in front of them, and their reaction to it is I'm pleasantly surprised, not because I didn't think it was gonna happen, but because I think economic challenges that everybody has right now and the uncertainty federally, it just makes an unstable environment for people to decide, but our community seems to be ready to support us. Second, when we get, like, definitely like 2 months before the election, we really do need to make sure that the committee that's running this has a plan about how they're reaching out and getting out to our community with information from possibly this slide and from other sources to put this up in front of our voters as they prepare to think about what they're gonna do. So just a reminder about that. We'll have a new superintendent, but we've got to make sure we have a committee that's on board and ready to go.
Do you have any other questions for Ryan while he's still on though? Since we do still have him still on.
Any other questions?
I just have one more thing, because Ryan, you also gave us all the very detailed part for us to kind of read through and us for each question. Was there anything that you want to say for that document? Or are you good?
No, I'm good. I think you all are kind of, you've got the right kind of plan of attack there. I do think I was just going to offer, if there is a follow-up or kind of touch base on this next month, just let us know, because either David or myself would likely be able to join into that Zoom meeting as well, just in case there are any kind of last minute questions about how to interpret the data or anything, or about how the survey was conducted or anything of that nature. So.
Okay, thank you. That would be very helpful.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you all for your time.
I heard a little contradiction. So I heard that I should share this with Seth for the committee to distribute out. Okay.
Well, before that though, can we just step back? We only kind of like self-nominated him to lead a committee. As far as I know, there's no formalized committee. And I'm only bringing this up because I served on the committee for the bond with Betsy Harrison and others, and it was a very, it had a process, right? Like there was a interest meeting, there were signups, there was, it's a process, and all we've done is have a basic discussion during a work session, I think. So I would ask that someone relay to Mr. Levine that this is a need. Should he want to take it on, we'd like to see him move towards that, because if I were in his shoes, I wouldn't want to do that work if I didn't believe that the board was backing and heading that direction. And then they're going to need to have some formality around what does that look like? Are you going door to door? How are you sharing this information? Where does it go? Who are you talking to? Where are your stakeholder groups? I mean, there's quite a lot of work to be done there, and I think we need to help him with the suggestion that it will be worth it.
But once we vote to put this on, we are done. We cannot go back and check up on him. We cannot do any of that. We are out of it.
That's why I'm asking for it now, is help.
So,
We gotta get going, right?
As a board.
Yes.
So
Right.
can I just suggest this though, from a more formal board perspective, that we, and in a work session, put this on a work session and invite Seth in and do a more formal, are you willing to take on this committee?
Yeah.
We are supportive of a mill levy. And just talk with him about expectations possibly.
So May.
And it would have to be made, yeah.
And
It would have to
We
be
have
made
two,
12.
we have two work sessions, so we're gonna have to balance which one is which.
It needs to be
And we're
May
allowed
12.
to do that, correct?
Yes. And he, at the DAC meeting, he was happy to raise his hand at the
Okay.
DAC meeting.
Good.
So, but I
just
do
want
like,
formally
yes, I
Feel
think,
like,
right. And
it's
I
a big
think,
job.
yes, and especially if the board or district's gonna have expectations, those should be communicated
Right.
at that time.
So we just need to think about that also, as if we have expectations, what are those expectations? Because I'd like to be clear, I want to be clear with him.
Or resources, like
Or
here's the
resources,
survey,
right.
here's the survey, here's the, whatever it might be.
Exactly.
an experience in terms of like what we've seen happen with, I mean, I can speak to my experience from the bond committee, even though it was a long time ago and I'm a mom, so I forget.
Right.
But,
Yeah, we raised, I think, $7,000.
I know, we had a significant donation that helped us do that work with, I mean, we were printing and doing mailings and doing signs and then the balance of that donation went to PTA, which eventually paid for the Gaga pit through a PBL project. People don't understand, like, there's a lot behind it. I don't know that Mr. Levine is prepared to raise $7,000, nor that, I don't know that he needs to, but it's hard to reach people the way they want to be reached, right? They're not all gonna read an email. They're not all gonna read the postcard in the mailbox. They're not all gonna, some want someone to knock on their door. So that I think is what we're talking about with being real around expectation, right? So. And I would love to find anybody who did have a role on the bond committee to come in and give a realistic perspective of here's what it took and here's the money and here was some of the ideas that we did. Because it did, I mean, it was work, but it was work that was valuable because it resulted in the passing of the bond, which we had to do in order to get the best. So Mr. Law, if you would like to come back in May, we would appreciate it.
I didn't know what you're hustling me for.
That wasn't a hustle, that was a direct ask.
I know that.
Okay, perfect. That was good work. Are we ready to move on? I think we're almost done.
Yeah.
Do we want to take a 2-minute break? Because we've been at this now for 3 hours. I had to stand up, by the way, just because my back hurt. Or are we,
Everybody good?
are we good?
Okay, let's roll.
If anybody has to go potty, you're excused to leave the table and do and come back. All right, so we're gonna move on to Mr. Figueroa. Thank you, Mr. Law. We're gonna move on to Mr. Figueroa. You will have LRC and CASB.
Okay, so, what I will do CASB first, just some reminders on different dates, some you've heard, some you haven't. So, CASB membership legislative wrap-up webinar is going to be Wednesday, May 21st. Anybody is allowed to go on to that webinar and hear the wrap-up. And the wrap-up will really all the educational legislation that they passed. And any additional information about ones that may have failed, but will most likely come back again. So again, May 21st, at 6 p.m. Once I get that link, my intent is to pass it on to you guys. For those who are interested. CASB Delegate Assembly this next year. I communicated earlier that it's gonna be earlier this year than it's ever been. And that's where we again talk about, different legislation that have been pushed forward by CASB membership as it relates to, they don't call it legislation, they call it bills. The least word, it's bills basically, and then they have to be voted on by the complete assembly of CASB folks. So that is September 6th. It will be in Loveland. And again, usually I will attend that and be an active voter representing this board. And then we have the 85th annual CASB convention, December 11th. And that's usually a 3-day affair, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And we will also have the CASB annual business meeting at that event. So that's the CASB update. Anybody have any questions?
I don't, but I would like to offer.
Yeah.
Just so that it's not from one voice, my voice, but I want to, since we're talking about funds and budgets, I had mentioned to Mr. Bordray in a meeting, and I would like you all to opine that next year, due to the budget challenges we're having, it's very likely, I believe, we have had brief conversation around not including a large student strand so that we can save dollars. However, hoping that we can include a student board member or two, whatever, if we get applicants and we have a student board at the table, they will be included. And furthermore, we would like to, as a board, serve as chaperones to those students, which we are allowed to do, so that we can save the expense for additional chaperones as well. Do you all agree in giving Todd and Chrissy, as they formulate the budget, that direction? Because that's a potential pretty significant savings. Are we in agreement there?
Yeah, no, that's good.
All right. And I would encourage you to ask Mr. Hunter as well, although I believe he's in agreement. So just keep that in mind. If we can save some dollars there, we will want to do that. And we can work together on other savings as well, other cuts. Although it's 9 o'clock at night, and I'm pretty sure I can't give up dinner, because now we would have not eaten for 6 hours or whatever. Okay, let's go on to superintendent report, please, if you would, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not done yet. And then BOCES, you're not gonna have, right? Okay.
So, we have the House Bill 25-1320, School Finance Act, just some details to be aware of. They have a bill that's passed the House and I believe the Senate, and it's on its way to the House Appropriations Committee. And basically the bill is a delay in full implementation of House Bill 24-1448. That's the new formula, basically. They're gonna delay it, that funding formula to 2031-32 implementation. They are also retaining modified enrollment average for a period of time to protect districts that might otherwise lose funding. So they're kind of basically holding everything up for right now because of the financial situation that the state's in. So that's where we are with that. Just know that this next year per pupil funding for the 2025-26 school year has increased $195.42 per child. So on average, and I know this is not our amount, but on average, that will increase student funding to $8,691. I know that's not what we get, but that's on average. So that's where we're at with that School Finance Act. Senate Bill 25-276 is a bill I just want you to just be aware of. It protects the civil rights of immigrant status, students and families, and basically the bill adds on to a bill that's already, or a legislation that's already in existence. That basically says, and it adds schools to it, that we can't have federal government coming into our school asking for data on our students. That we won't allow that. So if this bill passes, it's going to mandate that districts don't provide that information unless parents choose to provide it. Or say to us, yeah, you can provide it. And then the bill will also bar schools from granting ICE access to our campus, basically, that they're not allowed to come onto our campus. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's going through, it's a problem because it has a price tag of $578,000 to it, basically. So when you see that kind of price tag, that's going to be a problem to pass with all our fiscal challenges in the state. So we'll see where that goes. I think you've heard this on the news, the type of constitutional lawsuit that they want to bring forward. It's HJR 25-1023. And basically it's asking the lawmakers, the General Assembly, to pass a resolution that allows them to seek legal counsel to prepare and and to pay for lawyers to pull together some a lawsuit against our attorney general. So one side is fighting against our own folks. Just so you know, what that's really about is they're trying to say, look, there's a portion of Tabor that is not legal. And if they win that, and the last time they did it, I think they did it, I don't know, 7 or 10 years ago. The judge didn't rule that it wasn't legal. They said, you didn't have the whole assembly vote on this. So therefore, I'm not approving it until the whole assembly approves it. Then we'll listen to the lawsuit. So just know that people might say, well, they did this once before and they failed. They failed because not everybody, it wasn't done appropriately. So the judge sent it back. We'll see where that goes. Senate Bill 25200, the Senate passed the bill 34-0. So everybody was on board with this. And this is the dyslexia screening, basically asking that we have a dyslexia screening in the 2026-27 at the beginning of the school year for students that we feel are at risk. So that's passed, you know, the Senate, I think is going to the governor. I think that's all I'll update for now.
Thank you for that. Okay, so Mr. Cordray, it is you and Chrissy.
Go ahead, Chrissy, and then I'll go. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that way you
Sure.
can probably be excused.
Did you guys go over the grant? Was that better? Is that what you were after, trying to figure out what the grant was being spent on?
Yes, I will say yes. I think my larger concern has always been what's at risk to run and not renew, right? So for me, it's twofold. Where is it being spent? What's the risk? Where's it gonna run out? How does that impact? We saw the significance of it impacts. There are grants that will impact staff. And rather than anything be a surprise, I think it might behoove us to figure out a better way to share in a more transparent way where those funds drop. It's just hard because you don't want to create a sense of panic before you have a sense of understanding.
Right, and those salaries are the kicker to all of that, I know. Because we are gonna have to put back in the nurse, back into general fund. If that school health professionals grant is not renewed, when it's time. So that is something we're gonna have to be mindful of as we move forward.
How do we understand how we know, like, or the timelines, because aren't all grants different?
They are, and on there, it should say how many years it's being, funded. And so, like with the school health professionals, I know we have it next year. I don't have it in front of me. I meant to print it before we came.
It's okay, we've got it.
It's till June 30th of 26, so it's just next
One
year.
more year.
Yeah.
Okay, so, yep, and so, yeah, if that doesn't happen beyond that, then we gotta build the nurse costs back into general fund, because right now it's been pulled out and paid by the firm.
So is there a way to understand this is when we're gonna reapply, or can we even reapply? Some stuff is just gone.
Some stuff is gone, right
That's what
now,
I-
there's nothing available as to what's going to be available after, next year at this time, we don't know. We're just gonna have to wait and see how things shake out at the,
Do we find that out in like January, February?
Yeah, that's what we're.
They're not really giving us any kind of an idea of what's going on, because they don't know what's going on with all these grants, to be quite honest. So we're kind of just waiting for guidance on that, and right now it's.
Here's what I would
Not
suggest
there.
as a start. Let's put this in the board packet on a regular basis, not maybe every single month.
I would say quarterly.
I was gonna say quarterly, yeah, because then, and I would add a column that says, even to be updated in the future, like no longer applicable, cannot reapply, or reapplying at this time. That's probably gonna help the next superintendent as well, right?
Oh, sure.
But it helps us evaluate risk.
Oh, yeah, and the salaries are the risk. Everything else is kind of one-time spending, except for the counseling. You know, we have teacher
Yeah, there's
counselors.
wellness, there's the MTSS
That's
grant,
something, you
there's-
know, we've had for quite a long time, and if that goes away, I think that's gonna be felt amongst the students and staff. So we'll just have to see where that takes us. I don't know.
So I'm just thinking about the human resource side of this.
Mhm.
And obviously this could affect staff if it's not, if we don't get grants. What is the process right now of communicating with staff about the possibility that these grants may not, we may not get this?
So one,
How was that done?
yeah, one of the things that we're working on and have been for a little while is the onboarding and offboarding of grants and grant staff.
Okay.
Because when you decide to go for grants, you need to develop the management skill to be able then to communicate well with staff so that they fully understand when a grant comes on, when it's going off, so that we can have appropriate preparation and celebration for the work of that, So, Janet, Seth, and Tiffany have a very good handle on this. And so and it includes a communication plan to staff around it also.
Can you present that to us?
Yes.
So we understand how that is?
Yes, and we do have Janet presenting the grants department in May.
Mhm.
I believe that's either gonna be in the work session on the 12th or the
Okay.
meeting on the
And
19th.
that will be included?
Yes,
into it?
that'll be part of it.
Okay, and then as these grants, I just, this, you know, when we talk about this coming back here, to us quarterly, it's almost like as grants get close to expiring, that we again are reminded about where we are in the process of communicating offboarding staff. So that we better understand how that's being done as it gets closer. If it's let's say, it's almost like it's better to assume it's not gonna get it's not gonna get renewed, sorry. It's not gonna get renewed, it's not caught up tonight. So we're not gonna get renewed, so it's better to assume that, and if it gets renewed, great. But I want us to be really clear, because these are misunderstandings that happen where staff says, oh, you're just getting rid of us,
Mhm.
versus, we can't absorb you.
And to have that, conversation earlier about who we are gonna absorb and who we are not, because we do have a couple other positions other than the nurse coming up that we do need to look at for next year.
Oh, of course.
On what we're gonna do,
Right.
so.
I think a real challenge though is, and this was felt so clearly tonight. We don't know what school finance is gonna give us.
No.
And you're sitting there holding these plates of trying to balance the keep and the fall off the plate, right? And so until you know, and then you go through all of the work you do, and then you bring it to the board.
I know, but decisions are being made before it's brought to the board, and I think that's what most of the issue was tonight, is a lot of those issues have either been talked about or have been made, and we haven't seen anything.
But the very
So
least.
that needs to
But
be.
you're assuming those positions or those decisions were made strictly on finance. And that's the piece that I think is being assumed by many. and
But we
that's not
haven't
the
even
case.
discussed those. So I think I would
Correct.
like to start this discussion earlier, even if we don't have final numbers. I think for next year, let's start this in like March.
It's really hard to do because you
We have to
don't
be
know what
careful.
you have.
Right, well,
You
then
don't
if
know
that's,
if there
if
has
that's
to
the case, then we can't tell certain areas or certain groups that, we can't have this position, or we're getting rid of this position, or we're moving this, because we can't have any of those conversations unless we have it first. So I think I would like to, I think that's one of the main issues that we had, earlier today, and
It's
it
all our
wasn't just the
communication.
non-renews, it was some of the other ones that are happening, and the non-communication with the board, because I had no idea. That
Which
we're
is,
looking at some of that.
which is why I just asked for that report to be inclusive with that
Right.
deadline or that
Right.
date of fall off potential.
But my ask is
or
that
risk potential.
those aren't communicated out to those
Right.
department heads until the board has a chance, because what if the board comes back and says, hey, no, we
Right.
don't want to lose those people.
Or we say, you know what, we feel like as a board that this position is critical to keep in the budget. We don't agree with the recommendation. So what we're saying is, we heard that these decisions were made. If we heard that these decisions were made, what did they hear?
What does staff feel about it?
Especially when they say, you already made that decision, they're looking at me in straight in the eye. No, we haven't even talked about that decision yet.
Correct. So what I am trying to suggest is that we set Chrissy and Mr. Cordray up for some success with the board and the staff. Because the downfall here is communication, right?
Yeah.
In order to communicate effectively, you have to you have to have transparency for trust, right? They cannot give, it's my understanding, it's gonna be really tough to give the budget it's hard to give the budget a lift up to the board without all of the pieces being set. It's
But
like
we
you're
can
putting a
discuss,
puzzle.
but we can discuss those pieces along the way.
It's like
It doesn't have to be completely
Let me
finalized in a
finish,
pretty
please.
package while you give it to us.
Correct, but that's exactly what I'm trying to bring to the table, is here is the risk in the grants world. Here is the basic framework, right? It's almost as though you're sharing a chart of accounts, which we all have, and how that chart of accounts is impacted by funding, right? What departments are impacted, what positions, you can even drill down, are impacted by funding, how that funding is allocated. That piece right there, that's where we started this conversation, and I would rather not take it to outside to other avenues other than grants right now, is the clarification of funds to staff through grant. We should develop a communication tool that allows the board to have more insight as relevant to the board from a timeline perspective, but I think what I'm hearing from the board is encouraging Mr. Cordray or you all to come up with a framework or a way to do that as well, without crossing any boundaries of confidentiality or human resources confidentiality, because there is some of that. There's a lot of that, and so we have to be very careful, because we can't just publicly state, hey, so-and-so, your job's on the line, and we're gonna just call you out. Like, nobody wants that, right? So it's the risk benefit of the grants overall, and where we choose to, or where we stand to lose that money, and keeping an eye on that way down the road, 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, 10 year, whatever. There's obviously a need for a better system of communicating expectations when it comes to budget dollars. The timeline is the risk.
It is,
for
and
everyone.
and we're at the mercy of the state.
Mhm.
I still don't know what it is. At this, right today, still don't know. So we're doing the best we can with what we know. We are looking at all kinds of solutions.
And I
Yeah.
saw that you sent out an email, Chrissy, that said, hey, everybody, tell us your needs. Have you guys considered doing how you could do this without being at risk, but maybe like a town hall? Like, hey, let's go to transportation and have a little, what are your needs? What is your feedback? What are your questions? What are you worried about? Hey, cafeteria.
We do that.
Do you do that?
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
have these
Oh, yeah.
meetings where,
Oh,
okay,
definitely.
so that's where.
I mean, that's
we-
the only way I know what they need or want, what their priorities
Okay,
are.
so that's communicating
Oh,
what's on the table?
Right. And
Okay,
so,
that's
yeah,
good.
and so the directors got that
Good.
email on March 14th, and the board was copied on that email as to the upcoming picture.
That's what I asked.
And then, so what we do then is we talk with the directors of the departments, and we're saying, okay, what do you need? And then here's also what we're thinking. And that's where things went crazy this time for a couple departments.
And those meetings were had.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
This just goes to people who don't always hear things the same way in voice and.
But it may-
and
But it may also not have been communicated as, hey, this is still in discussion. I believe it came across as, this is what we're doing.
Right,
Make
it's
a
the clear
decision.
Well,
communication.
that's
so-
not how it was presented.
Good, okay.
This is, because we don't know, this is a possibility, that's why no recommendations came to the board, because
Right.
we are trying to figure it out. So for everyone to jump like pounce and then start pointing fingers, everyone needs to simmer down, because we are trying to put the puzzle together.
Correct.
It takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of trial and error to figure out anything that's going on.
Mhm.
And when people just start, you know, working off emotion, then they don't really are listening to what is really happening. So in fairness, I mean, we're not perfect by any means, but when we don't know what's going on with the state, as you well said, they still don't even know what we're doing. It's really frustrating and it puts a lot of strain on everybody. So we're doing the best that we can with what we have. And things are delayed this year because of that reason.
I think
It's what's the drop dead date that we have to have the budget approved?
June
June
30th is the final, but we have to have a budget approved by May 31st,
sometimes.
which is a preliminary,
Right.
just so you guys are on board saying, oh, things are working, things make sense. And we need to, because we give out contracts in May. So I have to
Alignment of
have,
everything.
I have to have a really good handle on what we're doing before we give contracts to people.
Since
So
that's
you guys-
65% of our, what, 60%?
Oh, 85.
85% of our budget is related to salary, which is related to contract. You are basing contract offerings on budget. Budget isn't always confirmed by state until May. This year it's way late. And then therefore we offer contracts too early. We set ourselves up to really make some significant mistakes, which will be impactful for a long length of time. Cause it's easy to take a raise. It's a hell of a lot harder to take money away from someone. So how many budgets have you done?
There's 3 a year, so.
But no, how many years? 20?
No, not in this job. I've probably done 25.
25 budgets. Here's our greatest gift. This woman knows what she's doing.
Mhm. I mean,
We are at your mercy. We are literally at your mercy.
you know,
And I
it
don't,
will come together.
it will.
So I need to have a time with you guys at the next work session, at some work session, obviously prior to.
We
the
could
May
even
board
set a
meeting,
separate one if we want.
So Chrissy.
to give you
tell us-
all the detail that you're
Right.
asking for, but I haven't been put on an agenda to do that yet because there's so much we've been doing.
Okay.
Not that that's an excuse, but what do we do? My gosh, we've had a lot going.
And I would be
So-
willing to come in as a separate work session so that we can give it the adequate time that it
And it's
needs.
going to
And,
need that.
and we might need to do that if I'm hearing you correctly, like, okay, I finally am ready.
Yep.
Let's do this.
What else is on that May 12 work session?
A lot. May
What
is
is it?
full, very full. And this is not fleshed out just yet.
And that's always the problem, is like, there's,
This
you know,
changes all the time.
and so for us, I mean, I need to have significant amount of time for you guys to understand what's going
Right.
on.
So
It's gonna
I,
We have strat plan, we have student board member, and we have the MELC elementary alignment presentation and conversation around that. We are also considering at that same work session, either Molly Ender and or Janet with grants, but grants and Janet has to, it could come to see where it aligns. So that will be a lot more than an hour already, yes, that's why I'm suggesting we might need
I don't
another
think that
work
work
session.
session, we can go longer. It's not dictated by when our meeting starts. We can go as long as we need to at that work session.
No, our
So-
work session, our meetings start at 6.
The 12th, there is no meeting. The
Sure.
meeting is on the 19th. So the
Sure.
12th is probably where, if that day works for you, that would be the best one because we can go as late as we
If
need to
she's
be.
ready.
I have to be, because I have to have contracts ready the next, because you guys sign all the contracts, so It has to be prepared for you at the next board.
I was like, cause the next board meeting, we have to
Yeah.
move and we have to
So
vote
it
on this
has
to
to
make
be
it
ready
roll.
for you.
Yeah.
So, and I need time to make adjustments. So if we come to you, we present you a balanced budget.
Right, and we have questions or
And you're like,
whatever.
you know, I don't want you to do that, I want, you know, whatever, I need to be able to go
Do
back
you
and
need,
adjust.
do you need this earlier than the 12th? Do you need
No.
us to do something earlier?
No, because it's gonna take me time
Okay.
to dial it in.
Okay,
Let's do it on
so,
the
I think Chrissy needs to have, I mean, we'll do some of these other things first, maybe we start at 4:30, but Chrissy needs to have the bulk of that work session.
I certainly do. I mean, just so you guys have
Yeah.
enough time to.
Yeah,
grasp
because we
what's
wanna go
going on.
through
So
it.
what do we want to potentially move off of that work session? 4C, student board member, MELC elementary,
Student board member can go off of that one, because we may not have interviews by then, since we don't have anything yet, so that one can go. 4C could potentially go as well. Because we can always talk about that before the meeting. Yeah, we can definitely move some stuff because
Yeah.
I mean, this is perfect. We've got to get this. We need the time with Chrissy. We've got to
Right.
dig into this.
And I just, again, it's not about you, it's about a process to get us information. And I wanna make sure that if this is the process, like if this is the right way to do it, that every year we
It's
know.
really the only way to do it because
Okay.
we don't ever know all the.
So every year we've gotta be able to do that.
And we have been doing that.
we have, yeah.
Yeah, we've always done that. This year just seems a little bit more intense because there might be, there's some movement within positions. Trying to
happens
figure
every-
out, yeah, so, I mean, there's that happening, so. We do it every year, always done that every year, have to have you guys on board with what's going on. I mean, that happens every year. So May 12th works for me, if that's what you guys wanna do.
You're on the list, the checklist.
And I just passed out this document I got from CDE, which really quickly, just so you guys can look at this and kind of process it, but if we go off of what they're telling us, there's a hold harmless, which means we would remain the same as we are this year, no matter what. Okay, that's that first column, but then there's a mid and there's a high. The mid, and this is all based off of 467 students, which is 13 students more than what we currently have sitting in seats right now. Is that a gamble? I don't know. That's what we're building it on.
It's also our historic norm.
And is our historic norm, because when we did Todd did a spreadsheet on that, and so we're hoping that's the case. So if we do that, we're looking at, if you go all the way, the fourth row from the bottom, you're gonna see fiscal year 26 versus fiscal year 25. It looks like we would end up with $103,000 more in revenue this year than we had, or next year than we have current. So that gives me $100,000 to figure out what to do within our budget. Additional monies, but then we have to make adjustments within our current budget if we're trying to look at any kind of
Like a step.
increase as a bare minimum. Raise on top of that if we can figure out how to do that, but we are going to have to shave. Because, you know, health insurance is going up 7%. We have all these increases and the money is just not there this year.
So since we're trying for a mill, can we, I mean, I know this is, not gonna sound great, but can we go for the hope that we get the mill and we get a stipend and not build in a step right now?
Well,
Knowing
let
that
me
we
speak
do
to-
have,
Yeah, let me speak to that. What we've communicated to staff that you're copied on is the language that there would be a stipend in the spring if the mill levy passes.
Right.
And then during that time, there would be the development of the salary schedule for the upcoming year.
right,
So there is that expectation of a stipend in the spring if the mill levy passes.
so this is just the normal step, not redoing, not increasing anything, this is just what the normal
Well,
step
if we
would
can
be.
figure it out within the budget and offer a small raise, absolutely, we'll give it a try. But that also means condensing our budget that we currently have, reducing here, doing whatever we can in order to possibly give a small raise.
But they're not overexposing a promise through a salary, through a step and in a contract. Because
Right.
we won't have the results of the election. That's where
Right.
the stipend comes from.
No, I
When you go
get that,
back.
but
Yeah,
the whole point of why do a raise now, if we're really hoping to do that for later, we should kind of keep, not cut too much of the budget, just do the normal step. Also, I think it would kind of help get people ready for the mill,
And we
and
can
then,
do
and then
that.
hopefully for next year, we can do next year when next
I
year
don't know if I'm
comes.
saying the
but-
same thing you're saying, but I'm just, again, thinking, we shouldn't do a step, we shouldn't do a step if it means that we've gotta cut staff.
We can do a step, but not an increase.
And we don't know that,
This is all
anyway.
in the works right now.
But we do hear you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, if it means that we gotta cut 3 staff, if we do a step or an increase, then we need to, as a board, have a discussion about, here's what that looks like if we don't do that. And we bet on the mill levy coming through, or if we do that, that means 3 staff are out the door. I'd like to know both of those scenarios.
how often, how many years, year over year, have we done an increase have we done a step increase?
Oh, every year.
Every year we do it,
There was years back in 2000 when we had the whole economic.
2011.
that we still did it.
We did it.
So here's my caution.
We've
Here's
got
my
to do
caution.
that.
If we give suggestion that a step is not taken to save 3 people, or whatever you want to, 3 salaries, 3 positions. My caution is this, we've heard representation from about 25 to 30 staff members out of 100. That leaves 2/3 of your staff without an opinion to what we're having a conversation about.
Not without an
And-
opinion, who didn't share their opinion. They have opinions.
They haven't had enough, well, then what I'm cautioning is that you all need to communicate somehow and make absolutely sure that that is not gonna bite us. Because we're making a decision that affects all, because I'm sorry, but there are people out there and they may not wanna say it publicly, but they will want their step.
But there's 2 things,
We
there's a
need to
step
give a step.
and there's an
you guys.
increase. The step needs to happen because that is time in the job. The increase on top of the step is what I was referring to. And that is what we may or may not need, and I would like to see maybe numbers on both. I know it's hard and I'm.
No, I
But-
do, you know how many scenarios I do?
Yeah,
Doing 2 is like a
right,
vacation.
Just be
It's fine.
careful, that's all I'm saying.
But what I'm saying too is, you guys have to realize too, our insurance is going up 7%.
Yep.
So, I mean, people are gonna make less in their check next year. Just if they have dependents, spouses, whatever, children on insurance, than they are this year. We've got to increase it to some degree, or they're gonna be going backwards.
And there's nothing we can do about our insurance, right?
No, but we gotta try to do whatever we can, so our staff is not going
That's
backwards.
why the third, when it comes to the May 12th meeting or 11th, whatever it is there, that we have that full discussion.
Oh, of
That's all-
course. We do
That's
that
all I'm
every-
saying.
Yeah, we do that every year. I give you
Yeah,
all that information.
I know, but if you give us
every
those
year.
different scenarios, then we can say, yeah, that's gonna be a problem,
Oh,
you know,
I
that
will
kind of
come
stuff.
with that every. That's definitely how.
I think with salary being 85% of the overall budget, or I shouldn't say salary, I should say staffing or expenses, right? Because it's everything.
Sure.
It's insurance and PRA and all those things. We need to make sure that the voice as a whole is able to be heard in, even if it's an anonymous, whatever you guys have to do to get that voice from those that don't want to offer it, to Rachel's point, right? Because there's opinion, but not everybody wants to give their opinion. And not all those opinions can be assumed to follow the opinion of the evening. They just can't. So you have the onus to go get those opinions for consideration.
On whether we do a step or not.
On how you shift things around. Like, if you had a choice as a staff member, would you rather this or this? That or that? This or that? Because that's the narrative that was heard clearly tonight on multiple topics, not just a position, right? It was many things. And so that may be a way for you all to get that communication.
For sure, but again, I do think the STEP needs to be done.
I'm not suggesting we don't, I'm
No,
just
no, I'm
saying,
just saying
get
without a
feedback.
doubt. Oh, yeah, and we'll do the best we can with what we know, for sure.
There's an important privacy concern about seeking that information. I don't see us doing a survey to staff saying if we cut positions X, Y, Z.
No, I wouldn't know
Right,
positions.
but I mean, that's the type of information.
Well,
that-
right now,
that-
yeah.
That I'm hearing is requested. So-
No, I think that, no. I think you need to broaden my statement there.
Okay,
If you had to make a choice between not to be named or cutting, I don't know, maybe
Let's
you
say
don't
three
say,
positions.
or maybe you don't even say positions, maybe you say, okay, all, do you wanna cut the, staff lunches during PD days? Or would you rather have this? I mean, I'm sorry, but if you look at the budget, or not the budget, look at the treasurer reports. Look at where those stuff, do you wanna have 7 subscriptions to Canva or 1 consolidated subscription that everybody gets a login to? This is what I think some people are sometimes expressing their opinion on, and that's a lot of work, right? And it is opinion, but it does give people voice. And a lot of times they just wanna be heard. They wanna be at the table. And I'm not asking to break confidentiality. Here's the challenge. Would you like to buy a bus? Or, you know, whatever. I'd have to sit down and really look at where our money is going. But there are places where we can do this or that, this or that, this or
And
that.
that's what I'm working on. Those are the scenarios I'm developing.
They want to have the ability to be
But
heard.
to be honest with you, and I get that, but there's such a little minute amount
Of
of
wiggle room.
budget left after salaries are done. You know, I mean, I can go and ask, but that takes so much time to.
Is that part of what you do with your, department leaders?
Yes.
Expand that, I don't know. Meaning the department leaders are given the task to go to their departments and bring it back with a very specific set of expected reporting to you. Give them the exercise to do
we did give them that.
it. Okay.
Alright, we do that.
Well,
I mean, we
then
just
you
don't
have
go
to do
in
what you're
blind. We actually do ask that. Because otherwise I don't know what's the priority.
Right.
I have no idea.
And I saw those emails go. without
And
them.
we have to have their input. But we don't ask every staff member their input, we ask.
Yeah, that would be
administration.
chaos.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Well, we saw that chaos. So it's, you know, all right, let's just give you
So-
all the support to get as
Yep,
much.
and working on it, just so you know, by the 12th, you guys will have a full.
Clarify that if anybody wants to dive in super deep, set a meeting with Chrissy before.
Yeah.
And also the May 12th, even though it is a work session, it is open for the public, so anybody can come and sit in on it. We will not ask for participation or questions, but they can come sit in on it and listen.
Good point. Okay, anything else?
No, that's it.
Are you guys okay if we excuse Chrissy? It's like,
I can wait, I don't mind.
it's up to you. I
You
just
can
don't
hang,
want
whatever you want.
to make you. Okay, Mr. Porter.
I'm gonna have a matter with the staff person that's, urgent, so I'm gonna be taking that here in just a second.
Okay.
But I wanted to, recognize our students at the science fair, you know, Vaughn, Bankston, Coulter, Dennison, Caprice, Priestley, Quinn Archer and Emmett Barger just did us proud. And they were well led by Brady Archer, who was also recognized as the Colorado Association of Science Teachers Award. And he also received the Doug Stewart Memorial Teacher Award. Just remarkable job by our students and staff. The rest of my report is part of those interested, and then I'm gonna go take care of the staff.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to the board action to accept the objective reports 2A and 2C. Do we need to have do we want to have further discussion around 2A and 2C? And I'm a bit outside of this conversation since I was not at that work session myself.
So I'll start with that one. So Molly did a fantastic job, kind of talking about these two. Mostly as they stand right now, I'll start with 2A. It's, eventually we're gonna wanna to kind of remove all of this, and we need to embed it into two different things, because it does talk about two separate things. It talks about students and it talks about teachers, and both of those are already covered in other things. So as it stands, it's basically going to be, I'm gonna say at standard, because there's a few that were at approaching standard. And mostly because the rubric was just really hard to decipher.
Is Molly gonna help us?
Yes.
Try to navigate that fix.
Well, and she already, it's completely written out. She's got ideas for where it should go. She's already
Thank
got it
you.
all.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure.
So that was 2A, and then basically the same thing for 2C. So since 2A, right now it's approaching standard with, to morph it. And then for 2C, the main thing with that one, again, this would have a huge thing of definition of terms, but that one is also gonna be approaching standard with, recommendations to kind of completely redo the rubric in June.
Okay, so she's gonna handle.
Yep, and
guiding
she's
through both of
already
those
got, she kind of showed us a draft of what they would kind of like both. 2C and 2B, which was the one that we talked about previously. She would, drafts of what she would like for those to see, and then we will talk about that in June. But for right now, as they stand, both 2A and 2C, they are both newer, strat plans, put them both as
approaching.
Okay, so would somebody like to make a motion?
I move that we, grade both objective 2A and 2C as approaching standard with, knowing that we are going to completely redo them all in June.
Okay, do we have a second for approaching standard with the expectation?
I second that.
Okay, so approaching standard with the expectation that in June they'd be re-evaluated, and we always do that well, it'll be part of that whole thing. All right, so Heather, call to question.
Mr. Bernali?
Aye.
Mr. Figueroa?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. McWhorter?
Aye.
Any further discussion? Motion carries 4-0. Before we get to consent motion, I'm asking for someone to be able to read D. Don't forget that when we do a capital reserve or a resolution, it has to be read, so it has to be separated out. Mr. Hunter usually does this for us, so we're all discombobulated, because now somebody's got to do the work. Are you comfortable doing that? Okay. All right, so in terms of consent motion, we need a motion for that.
It's like I just lost mine. Madam President, I move to consent, all the items on our consent motion.
Well, you have to name them.
I know, but I lost my.
It's A through C, babe.
A through C.
Okay, do we have a second to A through C?
There it is.
We are going to pull out D. Heather, will you please call to question?
Mr. Bernali?
Aye.
Mr. Figueroa?
Aye.
Ms. Hutchinson Brown?
Aye.
Ms. McWhorter?
Aye.
Any discussion on A through C? No? Motion carries 4-0. And would somebody like to make a motion on D?
I think is the motion built into that.
It's not, well, is it? I don't know. No, he has to make the motion, then he reads it.
Okay. I move to adopt a capital reserve resolution to replace the heating unit on the west wing roof.
I second.
And please read it before we call the question.
Okay, capital reserve purchase resolution. I move that we adopt the following resolution according to the Colorado statute 2245-103. The Board of Education hereby authorizes a fiscal year 2025 capital reserve expenditure of $13,860 to Comfort Air Mechanical Industry to replace the heating unit on the northwest roof of the west wing.
Okay. Other call the question.
Mr. Regali.
Aye.
Mr. Figueroa.
Aye.
Ms. Hutchinson Brown.
Aye.
Ms. McWhorter.
Aye.
No further discussion? Carries 4-0. Okay. Future agenda items. We're going to have, 1A on our agenda. We are going to, also have further discussion around, and this, let me just be clear, this future is the future agenda for May. This is not for April 30th or May 1st. Those are special meetings. This is for our regular board meeting. We will be, looking at, 1A. We will be looking at budget, staff assignments and contracts during that May meeting. We will be looking at our wellness system, and the grants department. Now, we just discussed, because of the need for budget to rise to the top, things could be shuffled around. This is not a guarantee. This is what we anticipate in the future.
Let's go ahead and summarize up those two special meetings just so that we have them.
Okay, so for April 30th, that special meeting, which will also have an executive session attached to it, is strictly in, it's strictly applicable to the superintendent search. And, the agenda will be published as such. And so we'll need to review the agenda 24 hours in advance. It'll be posted. The May 1st special meeting will be specifically, in regard to various personnel matters, and likely will go into some budgeting, discussion, and that agenda also will be, posted 24 hours in advance.
Can I stop you a minute?
Of course.
We did not present student linkage summary.
Oh, we
or
didn't?
Student board survey summary. We can
we push that?
We can push it back. I mean, I'm fine with that, because I know it's late already, so.
Okay, hold on.
Or, whatever you want to do. I don't,
Well, what are you comfortable with? Because you came prepared.
well, I can talk about it. I think it's late. I just think we're tired.
Well,
So
I
we
think that,
already discussed it. Should we just kind of hit the highlights and just be done, and that way they can just push it out? I mean, we're here, let's do it.
Okay, but let me just do it. You okay with that, everybody?
so you're just summarizing, just to clarify, you're just summarizing student linkage and the data. There's no motion, there's nothing to vote on. You're just basically saying this is work we've done.
Right.
And I know you both worked very hard on it.
That's all I'm saying. So I'll start off with the Mancos District School Linkage Summary. That was done, with 12 outstanding students that were selected, in a way that we tried to get a variety of students that were representative in our high school. So, they were amazing, fantastic, great kids that gave us some great information about what they felt. The purpose of asking them to come together with the board was, to say, look, you've been in your high school years. How are you feeling about your school experience? How are you feeling about how you will prepare, we prepared you for high school? So, they gave us a variety of answers, but some really insightful and some good things to think about. And so I'm just gonna hit a few different topics, but know that this report's going on our website and everybody will be able to read everything, because I'm not gonna read everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have, how do you feel about your school experience, and what do you think are the strengths? And they said one of the things was, we really like our school because it lacks cliques. That everyone is kind of a family, and we all fit in. So they felt really good about the lack of cliques. The other thing is that, they valued, that one of the student highlights was that they valued staff and teachers. They said they're amazing. We're able to develop relationships with them because we have, classes that are smaller, and we can develop relationships with them. And, so they felt really good about the aspect that teachers support them and that we have good, strong relationships with them. Another area, other areas that we talked about were areas of how do we improve in the school district to meet your needs. Number one was fully, apparent is that they said teacher retention is critical. We are not, we're not feeling great about the fact that every year we're losing teachers and we get new teachers, or we're losing teachers in the middle of the year. And they asked the board to really take a look at that and continue to work on how we're gonna keep our teachers and staff. I do want to just say this, they talked about advisory, it's pretty quick, they said advisory class, which is that between 2 and 2:20 or 2:30. They said it's not working. It does not meet our needs, and we feel like we're spinning our wheels in those classes, we're not sure what we're doing. They wanted us to be aware that the homework load is overwhelming sometimes, because they said, that we do a lot in class, and it seems like that teachers aren't talking to each other about how much homework we get. So then we get like piled on by 5 different teachers with all of them with good intent. But it's overwhelming for us to go home. We got hours of homework to do. So it's something, again, that I think as a district, as a high school, they need to look at and say, how are we communicating, who's giving homework, and when are they giving it? And then they said, the career college prep teachers need to maintain academic rigor. They said, and they hear that from kids, it's like, what? They want to be challenged.
They want rigor, but no homework.
But they wanna be challenged, not just busy work.
Explain that to me.
Not busy work. They were saying they get a lot of homework as in busy
Busy
work.
work.
They wanna be challenged, they wanna grow, they don't wanna just go and write 5 essays because that's what they are supposed to do.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and they attach rigor to curriculum somehow. They feel like the curriculum and rigor go together, and they say that should be looked at as a high school. They talked about project-based learning. Many students said they enjoyed the hands-on learning, but felt like PBL has not been executed well. They felt like PBL projects lacked creativity, engagement, and did not use proper time management. And when we explored that more, it was really, sometimes they just felt like that PBL projects was an add-on to the work they were doing versus it being part of the work they did. And then pathways, the impact of pathways, students appreciated dual enrollment. And the college classes, they felt like they'd like to see more classes that expand their interest. That's a hard challenge. We give some great classes now. They felt like there's classes I take that I'm not really interested in. I wish they had other classes that I'm interested in. Funding priorities, just a brief deal, they just said that students advocate for increased funding for teachers, specifically for, again, attracting and retaining high quality educators. And then that was all over the place. We need more money in music and arts to activities, to sports and our normal sports, track, football, those types of things. Insights for the Board of Education. Students just felt like generally I have a good feeling about the Board of Education, and I sure like them coming out every year and asking us questions and surveying us.
That's awesome.
And they said students want the board to consider the impact again of frequent teacher turnover for them. They also said that they're interested in learning more about student board positions, including eligibility requirements, the number of board members, and the application process. And they also indicated they were hopeful for a returning student board member to be on the board.
Let's hope that they apply. So I'm putting it out there. We need kids to apply to continue the student board seats. Parents, please encourage your kids.
So then, so that was the end of that with the 12 students. I'm gonna go now move on to the Mancos School District's linkage summary, and that was a survey of, I don't know, it's about 25 questions. A lot of the questions we asked these students were asked on the survey in addition to other questions. And the survey was given to 9th through 12th grade students. All students got a link, and we got 80 students out of the high school to answer the survey, fully answer, which I thought was a good amount. And again, I'm not gonna go over everything because believe it or not, the survey that was sent to all the students to do was very similar results of the 12 students that we talked to. And so I'm just gonna say, the highlights around that again was, that, they want you to be aware that teacher retention is critical to them, and that teachers, losing teachers in the middle of the year or at the end of the year was disruptive to their learning. Let's see. They felt again that pathways and concurrent enrollment experiences were tremendous for their educational experience, and felt like there was a lot of options for them, both from college to PCC to work to working skills. They did want to see some life skill classes given, like how do you do a checkbook? How do you balance a budget? They said they want to see classes that can help them function, you know, when they go out in the world. If we can kind of include that in there, that would be great. Let's see. I'm gonna stop there because a lot of it's the same. The report's in full there, so it will be on the website hopefully in the next few days.
So let's make sure that we follow up with the share. The summary on web. To piggyback on top of your, and we're almost done, I promise it is 10 o'clock at night. To piggyback on top, we've all been here since 4, so 6 hours. To piggyback on top of the student linkage or the students, I wanted to recognize that, and these came via, I love this, the good old fashioned US mail. We had 2 students reach out to advocate for with asks. I'm not going to go into details, but I want to acknowledge that Mitchell Smith and Layla Mitchell both wrote some very thoughtful letters to the board. And the board tonight read them, except for Mr. Hunter, and I'll make sure he sees them. And with your approval, I think we need to write a handwritten thank you, because they wrote us and sent via US mail a letter.
I mean, let's go into them a little bit. I mean, because both of them were kind of along the same vein, and I think that it would be good to possibly pass those along to the department heads that Todd's working with, as far as looking at enrollment ideas, because both of them talk about a potential for full day, half day, different options for different students in different circumstances, whether it's online or homeschool or whatever. So I think another follow-up, yes, we definitely need to write them a letter back. But I think that we need to pass this along then to, because we already have a committee looking at this.
Right.
So we need to let them know that we also have students asking for this as well.
Asking for options.
Right.
Half day.
And typically, we're also copying the, if you notice, the teacher here was Sarah Levine. And also typically the leadership in that building, which would be James Hughes. So I have to share with Mr. Hunter. And then I think we copy all of those parties involved. I always make sure that Mr. Corder is involved, and then Todd will take the lead from there and do that work. And we will do a handwritten.
But just so the students know that it is being passed on,
Yeah.
so we can look at it.
Precisely why I brought up the mention, because I wanted to make sure that they knew. Let's see here. Okay, we have upcoming, I'm mentioning some of these things because they'll get lost in the shuffle. Spring band concert, May 12th, Senior Walk of Fame, May 14th, and Senior Sunset, May 15th, which is the Senior Sunset. We're also gonna do awards then. Graduation is on May 18th, and we're gonna do some awards for middle school and high school, or no, 9 through 11, I'm sorry, on May 19th. Fifth grade continuation is May 20th, kindergarten continuation is May 21st, middle school end of year awards, May 22nd. May 22nd is also kind of that big day that elementary does all their fun in the sun. So bringing that up for people to plan their schedules. And then the last is our follow-up. First, since I'm on the topic of thank yous, are there any further thank yous that anybody could suggest to me for this evening so I can take note? Culinary class we did last month, so I won't duplicate it every month. I don't know if we need to do that. But any other suggestions to? It's gonna be really incredibly difficult to write 50 thank yous. I mean, I think publicly we thanked everybody for coming and sharing, and PSI already had a thank you. Do we need to do something with Magellan, with Ryan?
We paid them.
I know we did. I know. What about Molly?
Molly did a fantastic job with the strat plan. So yeah, I would do a thank you for her, because she's really like, she's taking it on and she's making a plan so it doesn't just go away. So, yeah.
She's talented.
Craig, do you have any? You've been taking diligent notes. I've taken some notes. Anything that you wrote down that you, I don't want to miss. Thank you. Royce?
Sure.
That was nice for her to come.
She did a great presentation.
Yeah, so there's a lot to ask people to come in person.
Very insightful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Phil,
I'm sorry?
Phil Walters.
Oh,
But that
great
was-
one.
Is that for us or is that the junior class that should do that for the prom? I don't know if that's necessarily a board, because the board really didn't do anything. I believe that should be maybe directed Todd, maybe to have James, maybe have the sponsors, or, you know, something from the junior class, then something.
I think though, also, I think that should be done, but from a board perspective, I'm grateful that a community member extends the benefit of something that they probably had to ensure, probably had to attend, probably had to clean up after, even though our kids cleaned up, I'm sure that there's still work. And I know that the kids struggle sometimes with where they're having prom, and that was kind of different, kind of cool. I mean, my prom was in the cafeteria, the old cafeteria. So, I don't know, it's good community relations, Mr. Walters, you guys. What's his wife's name again?
Linda.
Linda, it's late. Okay, all right. And in closing, did we learn anything new tonight? Boy, did we. I think we all can say, yes, we did. Were we surprised by or unprepared for anything this evening?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you able to communicate and be understood on all topics?
Yes.
Yes.
Agreed. Did the board cross into operations during this meeting, and if so, when and how?
I think we've asked for a lot of clarification.
I personally think we have to be very careful. Because we do have one employee. And that one employee is in charge of executing the strat plan and the goals that we put into place for him. So I'm not advocating for nothing to be heard, but I do want to just make sure that we're very careful because these are people. A lot of times these are people, not just our students, but our staff. And we are not, we have one employee who is still very much engaged, as we talk almost daily. And so that's just my only caution right now. But again, that is also the reason that we brought to the table that's why we knew that, wait a minute, we've got to get our attorney involved. We've got to do this the right way. We don't want to make any missteps. Okay. So I want to just bring that back to life. Anything else? Any decisions made at this meeting that need to be communicated to the public? There are, like, for instance, maybe not decisions, but to-dos, which I think Craig, you captured, Todd, you captured. There's a lot to share out. The results of the study from Magellan, the student linkage study. I think we the 2 letters from the kids. I mean, we've got quite a few follow-ups. I don't know that I need to name every single one of them. Anything else that we didn't follow up on? And is there anyone that the board, well, we already talked about, thank you, so I'm good. Okay, it's 10:10. There's got to be magic in that, according to that clock. Maybe it's not, I don't know. Nothing further?